Good morning and welcome to our Board of Commissioners meeting this July 9th. I'm pleased today that we have providing our invocation, Pastor Malcolm Lewis with Beacon of Light Church. The invocation will be followed by the pledge, which will be brought by Engineer Elizabeth Wiggs of EMS Operations. For those of you willing and able, please rise for our pledge and our invocation and pledge.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone this morning. Let us bow our head in the word of prayer. Eternal Lord, our God, we thank you. We give you honor and praise this morning, oh God. We exalt you as our God. We thank you for this divine opportunity that we can come together in unity in your name and just discuss the initiatives of this county. And we ask your blessings today, God, just over all that's on the agenda today. We pray certainly for all the commissioners that are here. We pray for their continued protection, the safety of them, and certainly the provision for them and their entire families. We pray for every department head and just the businesses, the residents, and just, God, all that happens in this community, government offices, and all the people that work in Cobb County. So we ask your blessing today, God. We seek your counsel because we know that you are the divine counselor. You have the wisdom. You're sovereign, and nothing happens outside of your will. So we pray that your will continually be done in this county. We thank you for the tremendous success that this county has had up under this leadership. We continue to not only that you sustain it, but you just grow it to a whole different level. We thank you for all the partners of Cobb County. And so, God, we pray, God, just that you will divinely orchestrate all of the affairs of this meeting. We pray at the end of this meeting, oh God, that everything that has been discussed will be achieved and that everyone leaves with a sense of victory and peace. So again, God, we thank you today. We trust this meeting, this awesome, serious meeting into your hands. And we ask that you would be glorified in it. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor, for that invocation, and thank you, Engineer Wiggs. With that, this meeting is called to order. The first matter on our agenda is to hold our public hearing with respect to the budget and millage. I'll turn things over to you, Bill, to get us started.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager. This is our first millage public hearing. Millage first. Sorry. Are you okay? All done. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, just want to go over some critical dates here, and we will repeat this several times throughout these public hearings as we move forward. We advertised in the Marietta Daily Journal on June 27th. This will be our first of 3 public hearings. Our second will be on July 16th. It's special called BOC meeting at 6:30 p.m. Our third and final public hearing will be on July 23rd at 7 p.m. And that will also be the night that we're asking the board to consider adoption of the millage as well as the budget. These meetings are held in compliance with both Georgia state law and county code. I'm going to dive into these numbers real quick. Even though we have advertised a property tax increase as required by law because we will be collecting more property tax revenue in FY24 than we did in 23, the county is proposing to leave the millage rates flat. So you can see the millage rates that were adopted in FY23 are identical to what's being proposed in FY24. So the general fund millage rate is remaining flat at 8.46 mils. The fire district fund is remaining flat at 2.99 mils. The Cumberland Special Service District 2 is remaining flat at 2.45 mils. And the Six Flags Special Service District is remaining flat at 3.5 mils. Just want to touch on the digest growth here at the bottom. We're going to, you can see the increase year over year, but I want to go to the next slide and kind of walk through this because this is the net digest growth, which is what the county derives its revenue from. But here is a comparison year over year for 2023 to 2024. One of the items that I want you to note is when we talk about the revenue that's generated from this, it's the next net taxable digest at the very bottom. But one of the areas that we focus in on and is heard a lot is the gross digest increase. So I want to touch on those numbers. In 2022, the gross digest increased 12.05%. The net increase to the county was 8.04. In 2023, that increased to 15.28% for the gross digest. The net to the county was 10.49%. In 2024, we saw that fall off dramatically from a gross digest increase of 15.28 down to a gross increase of 8.19 for a net increase of 6.18. So we are seeing this slow down as we have gone through some of these. And then also one of the important numbers to note at the bottom, you'll see the exemptions. A big part of that is the floating homestead exemption. Based on the 2024 digest, the county will not collect as a result of the floating homestead exemption, which is a benefit to our residents. On their primary residence, the county will not collect $117,383,348 will be the impact to the general fund due to the floating homestead exemption. All right, now I know this is hard to see, so I'm going to walk through this. So the big focus here will be at the bottom. We chose a property that had a significant increase in assessed value from 2023 to 2024. The fair market value of this property was $480,760 in 2023. The fair market value as assigned in 2024 is $646,010. Significant increase. And we want to walk through those tax bills. Now, we're going to assume this is the individual's primary residence. Even though there was such a large increase in assessed value, the general fund taxes paid on this will remain the same. The fire fund, because there is no floating homestead exemption, would have an increase of $197.64. If this person was paying school taxes, the increase from the school tax would be $1,236.07. So you can see where the vast majority of that comes in. Now, Cobb County does have the school exemption. The Board of Education does have that. So if you meet that, you would only see an increase in the fire district fund tax. And again, that is only if you pay the county's fire fund or receive county fire services. One other thing to note, in 2023, Governor Kemp did provide a property tax relief grant, which you'll see here. That was a one-time grant that came off the tax bill. So in 2023, the tax bill for this property would have been $5,244.47. With the governor's tax credit, there was a reduction of $542.70, bringing that bill down. That will not be there in 2024 as a reminder to all of our residents. That was a one-time grant provided by the governor's office, and that will not be there in 2024. And then one last point to note on this property, because we talked about the floating homestead exemption. Based on the floating homestead exemption for this property in 2024, this taxpayer will save $925.70 just from the floating homestead exemption. Any questions on this slide before I move on? Chairwoman, that concludes our presentation for the millage public hearing. At this time, I ask if you have any questions, and if not, open the public hearing.
I have no questions at this time. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. The public hearing allows an unlimited number of speakers to address the matter before us. You will have a total of 3 minutes. And we'll go ahead and we'll take our first speaker. And just to inform those of you who may not have been here before, please state your name before you begin your comments. Thank you.
Hill Wright. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the greatest show on earth, our county's annual budget extravaganza. Step right up and witness the marvel of a budget crafted not by needs, but by the sheer thrill of guessing how much money we might stumble upon. Why base a budget on needs when you can base it on dreams? And then those dreams inevitably fall short. Why not overspend on large, shiny, unbudgeted things? Who needs roads with potholes when you can have brand new, sparkling, but utterly unnecessary monuments to our creativity? Why do we even need a budget department, you ask? Well, excellent question. If we just got rid of those pesky budget folks, we could hire more consultants to tell us how to waste our money more creatively. Imagine the possibilities. Taking care of the county's needs, that's so last century. Instead, let's have a huge party to cheer everyone up. Have you been to the grocery store or renewed your insurance or rent lately? It's a circus out there, folks. We need a party like never before. And why stop there? Why do we even need a board of commissioners to hand out money? Let's get rid of them too. We could just have a free-for-all where the wildest ideal wins. Picture this. We open up the feeding trough and invite all the special interests to come and gorge themselves. We could even invite some drunken sailors to the party so things might start to actually look normal. At least when the money runs out, everyone can just go home and we won't have to worry about spending into next year. So ladies and gentlemen, raise your glasses to the county budget process. That's not just out of the box, but it's out of this world. Cheers to more potholes, more waste, and more parties, because why bother pretending to take care of the county's needs when we can just turn it all into a grand spectacle? Thank you, and enjoy the show, and don't trip over potholes on your way out.
Good morning. My name is Cammie Sanchez, and I've lived in my Cobb County home for 40 years. My family moved here for the excellence of schools, safety for our family, quietness of the suburbs, yet close enough to city life, reasonable taxes, and utility expenses. We still have deer and other field wildlife in our yards. I want to thank Miss Joanne Burrell for her immediate attention to a few issues, safety issues in our neighborhood. We still have 2 more trees blocking our streetlights, but those can wait until cooler weather to be trimmed. Thank you. My main concern today is the immense amount of money that is being expended by this board. I travel around the county and now see massive numbers of high-rise, high-density apartment buildings under construction. There is one within a mile of my home, 2 others within 5 miles, and the largest complex I have seen is on Highway 41, just north of Barrett Parkway, on the right before the City of Ackworth sign. It is very disturbing and seems almost like an out-of-control disaster waiting to happen. If these labeled low-income living facilities will actually be occupied, there will be suddenly thousands of people living in these dense complexes. Based on the USHousingData.com Cobb County, Georgia 2024 fair rent, market rents site, a 2-bedroom apartment average rent will start about $2,000. That will not include property fees, utilities, transportation, food, insurances, and other life essentials. My questions are, based on the 2050 projections in the 108-page housing assessment report for Cobb County and funded by the HUD Community Development Block Grant, which is paid for by the citizens of the United States and are funding through their federal taxes. The questions are the public schools from pre-K through college ready for this countywide influx? Are the roads and bridges ready for the increase in traffic? Are the utilities ready to support this added increase? Are our first responders prepared? How much will our water supply and pressure decrease? How much more will it cost to build even more of these units with inflation rising? How much will our tax base rise? On a personal note, my water bill just increased by $11, but we do have a new computer program for water runoff management, I guess. This base rate seems to have increased from 1,000 gallons to 2,000 gallons, just like that. Now I have to pay the added increase even though I don't use it. Also, with the federal inflation and local SPLOST already, it cost me $100 this weekend to take my 2 grandchildren and myself to
Ma'am,
see
sorry,
an AMC movie.
Ma'am, sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've overshot your budget. Thank you.
Donald Barth. Good morning, ladies. One thing about a budget, poor old Bill puts together a good one every year. One thing about that budget is we heard about the groceries and the increased expenses in living. I expect to see a rise in the budget every year for things like the county employees. When Jackie McMorris has to go and answer to these people, I expect you to give them enough money to offset the cost of gas, the cost of bread, the cost of the insurance, the cost of rent. I expect you to find that money every year. That's your job. That's what we got you up there for, is to set the budget. All these unnecessary things that you reach for. I don't need the pie in the sky. I need infrastructure, public safety. I need roads. I need the things that we have to have every day of the week. One of you just seems to have a hard-on for Cobb County. You really do. Here we are sitting there working together to try to find a way to live together and have a great community. And one of you, looking down as she might, one of you wants to destroy Cobb County in a pinch, and it goes back to the budget. We have a great tax rate. You're keeping it lower than others, but you're coming at us from different directions. I'm going to grab it from the water. I'm going to grab it from an M-SPLOST. I'm going to grab it. Let us alone. Leave us the hell alone. Thank you.
Good morning, neighbors. My name is Marie Borowski, and I'm from Marietta. It's been my past experience that speaking at these meetings is an act of futility. When we see the overwhelming constituent response of, no, please don't raise our taxes. No, we need a paper ballot. And you don't listen. We don't want drop boxes. We don't need more than 1 day of voting. We don't need higher taxes. You know, I don't need that monstrous trash can that you make me have on my property. You don't clean it. It's yours. Anyway, I'm just shaking, you know, because you don't listen. You don't listen to us. Have a good day.
Good morning, I'm Susan Strevens, and I have a question that we need answers to. I have your contract. When you took an oath, you agreed to this contract. This is a trust indenture, and you're allowed to do what's written in here only, not outside it. That's where you have immunity, is for doing what is written in this contract that you have as a trustee and as servants to we the people. So I was reading Section 5 of the Constitution under the home rule area, taxation, power of county and municipal governments. And paragraph 1 says, the power of taxation, A, except as otherwise provided in this paragraph, the governing authority of any county, municipality, or combination thereof may exercise the power of taxation as authorized by this Constitution or by general law. And 1 says, county governing authorities may be authorized by local law to levy and collect business and occupational license taxes and license fees only in the unincorporated areas of the counties. The General Assembly may provide that the revenue raised by such tax or fee be spent for the provision of services only in the unincorporated areas of the county. This says occupational license taxes and license fees. There's no mention of private property or on we the people. And so you need to explain where in the Constitution, not codes don't apply to we the people, but where in the Constitution do you have the authority to have this tax extravaganza? And with a run wild inflation that we had, it really should be a reduction in the mill rate. Not leaving it the same, but turning it back, because you know at some point there's going to be an adjustment in the housing prices as things aren't sustainable.
Ma'am, sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Good morning. Christine Rosman, Marietta. Thank you for the lady that just, everybody that just spoke, because it really reflects we the people. And, you know, we have somebody that comes to a lot of meetings, and she's from China, Sabrina Mao. And some of us were saying, oh, we're turning into a banana republic. And she said, no, we're already there. And it's not more, it's so apparent at this meeting, at what 3 of the 5 Board of Commissioners choose to do. And that is to mushroom the government into something huge. And so that we become these little, oh, please don't spend our money, and we're groveling to you. And that ain't the way it is. Because we, the people, are the ones, the Constitution was about us. It was about us to make sure that we didn't have runaway government. It was about us so that when our county manager gets a $50,000 bump in her salary, taking it to what, $350,000, $400,000, yet we have our police that are starting a starting salary of $50,000. Okay, I don't know where the qualifications. You do a lovely job, but do you have a finance degree? I don't know what you have your PhD in. If it's anything that includes business and math.
I ask that you direct your comments to.
I can talk to whoever I want to talk to.
I'm just asking that you please do that. You can.
So
you can
I ask
certainly
again,
refer to
whose
her.
agenda are you listening to? Because obviously we don't want you spending our money. Was it Margaret Thatcher that said at some point you run out of everybody else's money when you keep spending it? And Thomas Sowell said, you know, when you're spending everybody else's money and you aren't held accountable to it, it's, I'm like bastardizing his quote. But anyway, he basically said when you're not accountable and you don't have any repercussions, it's like keep spending. Do you think that Cobb County citizens know how much money is spent on Sheriff Owen's Clydesdale horses every month? How is that benefiting us? Because I think that we would be benefited more if we had lower taxes. I think that might help. And I'm wondering, what is it that, Chairwoman, that you might be concerned about or fearful of that you have, like you're getting shuttled around by the police and the sheriff's department? Like, are you afraid of us? Are you doing something that we don't know that you're afraid of us? Because you don't have your own little microtransit. That's not yours. Police, public safety, that's for the citizens, not for royalty. Thank you.
We'll take our next speaker.
I'm Judy Schomer from Marietta. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman. I'm thoroughly confused by the numbers. I couldn't really see them. I didn't understand them. It's just, it's just throwing a bunch of numbers. I did feel threatened. I have the household exemption. I think that's probably the next on the chopping block for all the seniors. Do you all feel that way? We got a lot of new people in Cobb County, lots of young people, and they want different things than we do, apparently. But my house has been reassessed the last 2 years, 22 and 23, and I didn't fight it. Surely young families are having a hard time buying a house, affording their groceries and their car insurance and their house insurance. And so we're going to pull the rug out from under them even more, that they can't even afford to buy a house in Cobb County. Only the rich can come here. Is that the way we're setting it up for Cobb County? I'm against the property tax increase. I think it's very unfair, and I don't think it's necessary. I think we're ballooning it into Cobb County is not a place for what it really is. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Craig Harfoot. I've sent you plenty of financial stuff from economists. And the last thing, I hope you read it, but you cannot tax from some and give it to others because it destroys the economy. And anyway, you seem to be tied up into the Atlanta Regional Commission, and then you spent a lot of money last year for people who needed help with rent. But since I came to Atlanta in '73, and then I worked for Fulton County and in the welfare program, food stamps, AFDC, you name it, Medicare, Medicaid. Atlanta's black leadership has closed down all the public housing, and it's all been displaced, and it all went to other counties around metro Atlanta. This year, they're saying that they're going to cut back on transit. They're going to abandon rail. They're going to do this. But what they've done is gentrify metro Atlanta, especially downtown. And so, here they did it in 2008. Marietta Housing Authority, Winter Group, bought up all their housing, excluded the blacks in participating, and I had a friend, Sam Elliott, he's now deceased, but he was upset that he didn't get to play in it. But after we saw what happened in 2008 and who was involved, it bankrupted him. And it turned out to be a good thing that he didn't get to play. And we talked about that after the fact. before he died. So what you got to understand is the things you think you want are probably bad for you and your constituents, you know, whatever color. You know, there's only one race, the human race. They proved that in 2000 with the Human Genome Study. I mean, this whole thing about we're all brothers and sisters. I mean, end of story. Science proved it. And also the Bible, you know, Adam and Eve. Eve was the calico cat. Every race came out of Eve. And, you know, until we learn that lesson and treat each other with love and respect, you know, we're doomed. We're doomed as a society. All this fighting, you got to live within everyone's means. And you need to cut this budget back to the year previous to last year. You blew it up last year. You need to go all the way back because next year is reconcile year.
Mr. Harfoot, your 3 minutes are up.
Good morning. Tracy Stevenson. Got into an interesting dialogue yesterday on Nextdoor with someone that does relate to the property taxes. They were talking about affordable housing and housing in Cobb County. I asked them to put a number. What is affordable housing? They said $400,000. I said, well, let's do the math. $400,000 mortgage, 30 years. When you add it's about $2,000. And then you add in the property taxes, and you add in all the other, and your insurance, and now you're up to almost $3,000. So I said, exactly who can afford that if that's affordable housing that you keep preaching? And then she said, well, I wasn't talking about everybody. I was talking about that's, that's attainable for me. And I went, well, these are the buzzwords that we're fighting with. When we take a $2,000 a month payment, end up having to jack it all the way up because of increased property assessments, increased property taxes, to almost $3,000, who are we helping? I mean, it's just simple math. I'm not a rocket scientist here, but at the end of the day, I can do math. I have a calculator. These people that we would like to have move into Cobb County, all right, and we talk about high-density rental housing, for instance. Those people carry an unfair tax burden. None of those get homeowners exemptions. Those get passed on by their landlord. When the property values go up, the tax rates go up. Where does it end? We're on this hamster wheel, and I'm not sure that anybody that's not paying these sees them. And then we look now also at your budget, and I will give you a pat on the back. At least you reduced the water transfer to 5%. That's a good thing. But where's the stormwater money coming from? Where's that in the infrastructure budget? We heard all these town halls about we need stormwater money, we need stormwater money, we need stormwater money, to the point where we need to change the whole new program and charge you new fees. Where's that money coming from now? We're still taking $13 million out of the water department and using it on other things, but we're not addressing our stormwater, are we? Hair was on fire all year last year over stormwater. Where'd that go? Thank you.
We will take our next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pete Graybill from East Cobb. This is my first time coming to a budget hearing, and I guess I thought this would be a dialogue with the county finance manager as to what was in the budget, but it sounds like it's just a public comment, so I'll make my public comment here. I've been a resident of Cobb County for 50 years next year, a property owner for 45. a CPA for 45 years and a CFO for 35 years. And so I guess I came thinking we would dive into the budget based on the numbers that were published and are available online. My biggest point I guess I want to make this morning is that never is there an actual result that equals the budget. So if you forecast by the end of the year, they never equal each other. The revenues are going to be up or down, the expenses are going to be up and down, and there's going to be a surplus or a deficit. And I'm surprised in the information available that we don't have more actual numbers. We have actual for fiscal 22, but now fiscal 23 has been completed. There's nothing on here as to how we did relative. I went back to fiscal 22, and there was actually, in the general fund only, what's the biggest piece, the taxes collected were actually 42 million more than what was projected. So I don't know what happened to that 42 million. It netted to a surplus for fiscal 22 of 28 million in the general fund. And I don't know what happens to the surpluses year after year. Do they go to offset taxes next year? So I think we're missing some information. I'd ask the commission to ask for the actuals for 23, and maybe you see that in your monthly meetings, but we're not seeing that, and we're not knowing what's happening to these surpluses that happen and are being accumulated year after year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter A. Empkin, Cobb County. I'm going to make a very quick comment. The gentleman that just spoke said he was a CPA and a CFO. You spend so much money on consultants. I don't see a consultant with a CFO being employed by you to help your people create a budget that makes sense. We have a CFO that just took a look at the budget information and said, in my interpretation, and I don't know very little about the finance side, I'm an engineer, but and a PhD, I understood what he said, that your budget makes no sense. The information provided makes no sense. You need to hire that gentleman who is a CFO, who has the qualifications. He should be a consultant that works with your budget office to provide the information that he knows is necessary for the rest of us who are paying your bill, your salaries, and we expect somebody with his qualifications to be available to you on a regular basis to help you do the budgets correctly. Thank you.
We will take our next speaker. Are there any additional speakers? With that, our public hearing is closed. Bill will just ask you to approach. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Bill Boatman? Yes, Commissioner Gamble.
I do, but this is actually more of the budget, not the millage rate, but it was a question raised, so I'm going to go ahead and ask it. And then also kind of piggybacking off of Mr. Graybill's comments. A COLA. I can't even answer this question myself sitting up here, but has a COLA been built into the existing budget for this coming year for the employees?
No. So what we have in the budget for 2025 is we have a continuation of the merit, which is a performance-based raise for employees. And then we also have the continuation of the step and grade plan that the board approved I want to say last month, that we have the new 25-year plan that takes effect actually this pay period, I believe, and those are going to continue, but there is no COLA included in the 2025 budget.
So the merit, are you talking the Evergreen study there, or are you
No.
talking about just for our public safety and their step and pay?
So we have two categories. We have our sworn officers, firefighters and so on, and sheriff's deputies that are part of our step and grade program. They have a separate pay program than everybody who's non-sworn. So theirs are set based on that 25-year schedule. So that, based on your years of service and where you fall on that schedule, you would be entitled to an increase based on where you fall. And obviously, it is still, you have to have a good proficient rating to get that. And then you have the other side of the house, which are non-sworn employees, and they have to go through an annual performance appraisal each year, and you have to have a proficient rating to get a 3% increase. Now, we have sliding scales of that. So we budget at 3.5% for all non-sworn employees, knowing that the max you could get for an outstanding employee would be 4, above average employee is 3.5, and a proficient employee is 3. Anything below proficient is 0. So we kind of split that middle of the road, and last year, based on that bell curve, we kind of finished right in between about 3.5%. So we kind of hit that mark for the non-sworn employees. Those are in there, but no pay scale adjustments are included in the budget or any COLAs. So everything is performance-based.
But we have in the budget funding to cover the performance base.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
I know we've had several discussions, but one question that I have is, we've heard a lot of different numbers thrown out as far as reserves.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what we have in our reserves to
Sure.
date?
So we actually just finished at the end of March. Our annual audit is due each year. So that was completed and submitted. So the annual audit is part of the website, so the actuals are available. And this is going to kind of feed into one of the public comment questions. In the general fund or any other fund, if there is a surplus or deficit at the end of the year, that rolls into fund balance. So the general fund has been an area of focus, as well as the fire fund, for the last several years, actually since 2018. As a part of our annual process, we go and get a credit rating, and we get a score sheet showing where we perform really well as a county as part of our AAA rating, and where we maybe underperform compared to other AAAs. The reserve category is one that we continue to underperform in. So since 2018, the board has taken several steps to improve upon that. And you do that by generating a surplus each year. And that surplus stays within the general fund and builds those reserves to improve that scorecard rating. That was a conscious decision that our board made, and we took steps to approve a fund balance policy to establish that. And then we've continued to add that each year. Now, what we do is that is there to address unforeseen items. Basically, it's a contingency or reserve fund that we have in place. But the problem is as we pull from that, if we pull from that and reduce our reserves, you have to come back with a plan of how you are going to replenish that. So, or you provide a plan to say how you're going to spend that down. So if you were ever to hit a mark that is maybe we feel is too high, we'd bring that down to where we want to be, but we are still underperforming based on our spring trip to New York this year. We still have some room to improve on our fund balance. Now, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but what we're trying to get to is stay north of 40% in the general fund, which even if we hit that mark, which we are currently above 40%, we are still underperforming compared to other AAA counties. The reason that happens is simply for a couple of reasons. Is we have the timing in which our property taxes come in. So our fiscal year ends September 30th. Our property taxes are due October 15th. So we get to count all that revenue through the end of November. Anything beyond that goes into the next fiscal year. That's important because at the end of our fiscal year, we are very low in cash, especially in August. So we start really seeing some property taxes come in mid to late September, and that cash position grows, which is another area of focus for us where we underperform in our AAA scorecard is cash position and liquidity. So, and that is simply due to the timing in which our taxes are paid. So that it does create a challenge. So we have a big spike. It is the most evident in our fire fund because they have one source of revenue, and that is property taxes. They get the money in the fall, they spend it down, they go negative. Then this year we'll go negative in June. That's when they hit the negative mark. And then they'll be negative through the end of September and start the cycle again. Now, we have made improvements, and that has been an area of focus for the board again, is we used to go negative in the fire fund in March. We have now pushed it to June based on that improvement. So when we talk about any surplus or deficits that roll, they stay within those funds and build those reserves. Those reserves are watched closely to make sure, one, we're improving on our scorecard for our rating agencies, and also that we're protected, because there's a reason that's a scorecard, is to make sure if something unforeseen happens, you have the funds available to address those items. And we've seen those items can be quite large, they could be small as well, but you have the funds available to address that. That's one of the areas the county does, is we use the cash on hand and we do not issue debt. We have no general obligation bonds outstanding because of our reserves and the way we've managed that process. I hope that answers your question. I'll get you the exact amount of the reserves, and I'll be happy to send that to the board, but I will tell you it is north of 40%, which is where we're trying to.
Of the total 1.2 billion or?
It's north of 40% per the general fund. So that is one of the key focuses, is that some of our funds are legally required to maintain a zero fund balance, which actually works against us. One of the funds, for example, is our hotel motel fund. That money is collected and legally has to be spent within the same year that it's collected. Every year at the end, it has a zero fund balance. So we have to, when we calculate our reserves as a percentage of our revenues, which is how we do it, they count those revenues, but that fund balance is always going to be zero. So that is one of the challenges that we work through with them. So when we say general fund has been our focus, fire fund has been our focus because they're large funds, there's a lot of other funds that come into play that don't carry that level of fund balance.
Okay. And then one other question, if I may. What year did we reduce the fire fund millage, and what year did we reinstate it?
I'll pull it up for you real quick.
I want to say 18 or 19 we stole from it.
One second, sorry.
I know we put it back when the debt service went away, we shifted it back over to the fire fund, the parks bond money. I thought it was 18 or 19.
Okay, so we increased our fire fund in 2011 to 3.06 mils. It remained at 3.06 mils through 2015. In 2016, we reduced it down to 2.96 mils. And then in 2018, we reduced it further down to 2.86 mils.
Mm-hmm.
And it remained at 2.86 mils until 2022, when we shifted the 0.13 mils over from the debt service fund to bring it to 2.99 mils, which is where we sit today.
Right. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Commissioner Richardson.
No, I just want to say I absolutely appreciate that everything that you and the department does to try to support and produce information. And certainly every year we try to get a little bit tighter on more information available and making sure that people do have it, because of course the accounting practices and standards are a little bit unique because of all the transfers that happen between departments and how those have to be categorized. But just do appreciate the work and the dedication that you bring to the job every single day, and the partnership as we continue to try to communicate on these things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see you, Commissioner Gamble. Let me let Commissioner Sheffield, since she hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just wanted to quickly thank you and your team. I know that this is a long and arduous process, and it's not always easy, so thank you for for what you do, and also meeting with the commissioners and getting our feedback. I just had one question, but you already addressed it with Commissioner Burrow, and that was to talk a little bit more about the actuals and where that money is spent. It goes to the general fund, but we don't really have a capital improvement budget. And if you can just talk through how we spend the funds, just for clarity.
Sure. So that's a great question. So as part of the adopted budget for the last couple of years, the board has adopted a $12 million amount that is allocated between all the departments to fill their capital requests. Now, we know, as you've seen the requests, those are always significantly more than the $12 million. So we're talking about requests that are outside of the SPLOST fund. But one of the things that we do is we bring back an agenda item as we see what the property taxes look like for the year to address that through the tax collections. So when we talk about that year, if the tax collections far exceed the budget, what it does is we take that number and we bring it into the next year to say, all right, if this is what we would look at for tax collections with a slight growth rate, what would that look like? And then we compare that up basically against the requests. And every time we do that, the requests are far going to exceed the revenue that is available. And this is a good example of for this year's budget. You've seen the requests. We have funded very few of the requests. Actually, I think most of the items that we've done have been impact items or other things like that. So the requests really haven't been addressed this year. It's via agenda items and things of that nature. So in order to supplement that, what we do is we'll take any surplus that we have, well, not any, but some of the surplus we have for the general fund in 2024, we'll bring that back as an appropriation and address those capital needs or operational needs that are one-time costs that are not reoccurring with those dollars. And that has been basically the way the county has addressed capital, because until the last several years, we haven't budgeted capital in the general fund. The budget previously, we started off with $0 capital dollars in the general fund budget, 0. Then we went to $3.5 million. We did that for a couple of years, so now we got to 12. So, and we still see the 12 is far less than the requests. And one of the areas that we've looked at is the way our SPLOST has evolved is it's been very DOT heavy in our 2022 SPLOST, where some of our other ones have been more property maintenance type SPLOST, where it's still DOT, but we have some more facility stuff in there. And it wasn't so much expansion as it is repair and maintenance. So that's how we're addressing that as we move forward, is the $12 million that the board approves each year for capital goes into maintenance and improvements for our facilities. But we know that's going to be short, so we always bring back, if we can, based on how the year performs, an agenda item in August to early September to address some of those capital needs. And we did that last year. We actually put $15 million into a capital reserve that the board had available to address those needs, which is some of the items we've used to address some large facility projects that have happened this year. We've actually transferred some of that over to SPLOST with the possibility of being repaid through revenue above projections. So we always try to make sure that the board can be, the county can be made whole with SPLOST dollars if possible, but some projects for capital are not SPLOST related, so it's just truly a cash out the door with no ability to recover those funds. But they could be critical in nature and need to be addressed. So that is one of the areas that you have done a great job with, is establishing that capital reserve and using it when we need to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gambrill.
Bill, just to follow up for the audience with the conversation you were having with Commissioner Burrell.
Yeah.
And you stated that our fund balance had grown to a point where we were able to make it to the end of the year, except for in the fire fund. So that means we haven't taken out a TANs.
That is correct.
So can you just explain to the audience, because you did mention TANs in your comments, can you explain to folks what a TANs is and why the county hasn't taken it? And I don't think we've taken it for 5 years or so now.
So a TANs is a tax anticipation note, and because we are a big chunk of our revenue, fire, over 90% of our revenue in the fire fund comes from property taxes. In general fund, where around 60% of our revenue comes from property taxes. Because that is a large portion and it's collected one time a year. It's collected around October and really kind of comes in from late September through the end of November is when the vast majority comes in. That is when we have our influx of cash. And then we have no more property taxes collections again until the next year. So you begin to spend that cash down. And for decades, the county borrowed tax anticipation notes, which is basically a short-term loan that we would get around Christmas time. And it would vary based on how far we got with cash. And it would cover our cash needs through the end of the fiscal year. And then when property taxes came in, we'd pay off that loan. So it was a vicious cycle that we repeat every year. And that is money that you borrow and pay interest on. So that was one of the areas when we see that scorecard for the ratings and it says cash and liquidity is low, and that is not, it's one of our areas that we needed to improve on. Based on 2018, the cash and fund balance are very much tied hand in hand. If we can improve our fund balance and cash position, those are going to benefit us in both categories and also save us dollars because now we're not borrowing those loans and paying them off. Even though the fire fund goes negative, we can internally supplement the fire fund and make them neutral for the end of the fiscal year. So basically, we borrow from another fund until that cash position is restored versus having to pay interest on that. And really what we do is we just let them run negative and then we get those property taxes and then come back. But that was in a, zero to no interest environment back when we were borrowing these the last time. It was $300,000 to $400,000 of interest paid. Interest rates today are significantly higher. You'd be paying significantly more. I think at the peak, we were borrowing over 120 million, give or take. And we whittled that down over a period of time where we actually got down to zero, and we have been at zero for several years now.
Okay, are there additional comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any, Bill, why don't we go ahead and go into our next public hearing? The first one was with respect to the millage, and our second one is with respect to the budget.
And since I pulled this up, I want to go back and address Commissioner Burrell's question. So, Commissioner, at the end of 2023, our fund balance in the general fund was 47% of the revenue collected. So that is where we are today, 47%. So we are north of that 40 mark, which is right where we want to be.
Thank you.
Going to the public hearing.
Which equals 47% of the general fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Amount?
Yes, and that obviously goes down when you factor in all the other funds that do not carry that level of fund balance. So, but we can definitely talk in more detail about that if you'd like. Okay, so second public hearing today, we're going to talk about our proposed budget. The first thing I want to share is that there's been no proposed changes since we presented in the work session in June, but I have a condensed version of that presentation. The full presentation is available online for the public to view as well as all the handouts that provide the detail. Those are going to include everything from a detailed list by department to transfers to impact items to position requests. Everything is out there for the public. We will make sure a copy of this condensed presentation is also available for the public, and there will be a QR code at the end of this that, working with communications, they have some great information on the website as well related to the budget. So with that, just want to kind of touch on some of these key points. This budget has very few increases as far as departmental requests. A lot of this is taking place based on board-approved agenda items that totaled over $16.5 million for the general fund only. These items are brought before the board twice a month, and every agenda item that has an impact is required to have an impact statement. So it'll say in there exactly what that impact is for future budgets. Once that is approved, it automatically has to be included in the budget as we move forward. And then also we have, as we talked about, we have annual increased costs for public safety salary improvements. This was related to the 25-year step and grade program plus the continuation of the merit and step and grade process that we have in place today. And again, those are performance-based. We have increase in annual maintenance contracts for information technology services and the sheriff. Another increase that we saw in this budget is increases related to our self-funded insurance. So we have a couple areas that we will talk about. This is our claims fund. The county is self-insured, but we do buy policies for some insurance coverage, and those have had significant increases over the last couple of years. And then we had increase in the magistrate court related to HB 1017. This is related to the squatters reform, and this is ensuring that the magistrate court's positions are maintained and can be there to continue address court cases as they come in. And then we also had as a reduction in the water transfer from 6% down to 5%. We budget that transfer at $13.8 million, but so we take the 5% times the revenue that was collected in the previous year. If that is north of 13.8%, we will only transfer 13.8%. If it is less than 13.8 million, if it is less than 13.8 million, we will transfer the lesser number. So just wanted to share that with you. And then also we added 2 additional positions. We have an environmental programs coordinator for the sustainability fund and a water engineer position. Okay. So again, as I said, there's been no changes, no proposed changes since the original presentation. The vast majority of the governmental fund increase comes when the general fund, and we'll have a detailed slide that breaks that out. The second largest increase is in the fire fund of $14.7 million. We also will have a detailed slide that breaks that out. And then for the vast majority of the other funds, we've already touched on the claims funds. That's related to insurance. Hotel, motel tax collections is simply based on performance, and that money is then split between us and the Galleria Authority. They get 62.5%. We get 37.5%. The money that we maintain goes into payoff, goes into the general fund to help supplement the bonds related to the stadium and reduces any general fund impact. All right. Any questions on this slide? Very good. Okay. Moving into our business type funds, we have our water fund, our transit fund, our golf course fund, sustainability, waste, and beautification. The largest of the increases here is in the transit fund. We saw an increase of $7.2 million. This is related to the new operator service contract for the existing service that was in place, just simply an increase in contract costs. And then the water fund had a $5.2 million increase. 4.7 of that increase is related to water purchases and sludge handling. So again, no expansion, just simply increased costs to maintain the existing system today. The overall budget is being proposed to increase $76.4 million, and the vast majority of that is coming from the governmental fund types, and then the remaining 12.7 is coming from the business fund types. Any questions on this slide? Very good. Okay, and we have 2 slides regarding the general fund, just showing you the information a little bit differently. You can see the 24 adopted as well as the 25 proposed. The notes over there on the left-hand side kind of give you the breakdown. So as we said, $16.5 million of this increase, the total increase is $41.3 million. 16.5 of that was from agenda items that have been approved by the board during the fiscal year. And then $20.9 million of that is for the updated employee roster. Now, what that employee roster update includes is that the county has filled 67 of the positions that we had vacant last year. So we came out 67 positions net ahead. So we saw significant hiring improvements with the exception of police and fire. Obviously, fire is not part of this fund, but we'll touch on that in a minute. Then we also have the impact of the last year's merit and step and grade, increased costs for pension, health care, and public safety overtime. So just those 2 numbers alone, the $16.5 million and the roster update of $20.9 million, total $37.4 million, which is 90.5% of the overall increase. The remaining $3.9 million is essentially tied to some increases for existing contracts as well as the insurance, self-funded insurance. So we walk through those. So there's only 3 positions being added to the general fund, and those are parks related, and those were approved for the Osborne Community Center via an agenda item. Okay. Any questions on this slide?
Yes, Bill.
Yes.
You can repeat the point that you made regarding the amount associated with the employee roster update.
Yes, ma'am. So the employee roster has an increase of $20.9 million. So what we have to do is every year when we build a budget, we take a snapshot of the employee roster. And we take it, for this case, we take it April 1, and that is following the merit and step and grade that was awarded to employees in March. So we have updated salaries. Now, in addition to that, you also account for any change in vacancies. So for example, we budget all vacancies at 50%. So when we add positions, because if that position was, say, vacant last year, so that has an increased cost. Even if it was 50% to 100%, you're going to have an increased cost. So coming out with 67 filled positions, and this was actually the board's direction when we brought those position requests forward previously, is the direction was to fill the existing positions you have today. And for the vast majority of the departments, this was very successful. And then this also led to some of the challenges that the board addressed in a previous meeting to improve the public safety step and grade program, because the police fire was not as successful as filling these. So to make them more competitive, hopefully we come back next year and we say, hey, we have additional positions filled in specifically those two areas, but you have 67 more employees in service roles today than you did at this time last year. Now, this does not mean we added positions. These were simply positions on the books that were vacant, and we did not have an employee filling that. So we were struggling to hire. So part of the things that the board has done the last couple of years is we've done a class and pay study. We've changed vesture. We've made improvements to other areas as we've walked through this for benefits. We continue to have an outstanding, healthcare plan. And then on the public safety side, we addressed separately this past month of how to improve that area, because we hadn't seen the improvement in the hiring. So those items have take some time to really see that flow through. But from April 1 of 2023 to April 1 of 2024, the county has successfully hired an additional 67 positions to fill those needs. Okay. Did that answer your question? I want to make sure I hit on all those points. If there's anything you want me to be more detailed about, I'm happy to.
Yes, in part. And I believe that the additional change that we made to the police step and grade program is going to be addressed beyond this 20.9 million, or is it included in this 20.9?
No, actually, the change to the employee step and grade is going to be part of your impact items. So that's in the 16.5. Okay. Now, the public safety component that is part of the 20 million is going to be the increase that we put in there for overtime. So $5 million is what we put in there for overtime for public safety. And that is because of the vacancy challenges that we've had. So ideally in the future, as they begin to hire, overtime costs will begin to come down. So that is definitely a factor of that 20 million.
Okay, so to continue that public safety step and grade program, we need to approve that element in this budget.
Yes.
For that to be sustained.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say overtime, that includes our county police and fire and sheriff?
So this one, because fire, as you know, Commissioner, fire is its own fund. So the 5 million is just split between police and sheriff. And then we did do an increase for fire as well. So we'll touch on that when we get that slide. But yes, that is the biggest component of the increase for public safety. And this is simply overtime out of the 20 million. And then fire will have a component of that as well, because PD and fire are the ones that we've seen the biggest vacancy challenges.
Right.
Yes.
And then for the 67 full-time positions that were filled, I understand the vacancy, we budget at 50%, and then when they're filled, you have to add in all the fringe benefits and salary, additional salary to get up to that level. Do we know what percentage or what number is from which departments, like water and DOT were really down?
Yes.
And parks?
So as a part of our handout, you'll have a breakdown of the positions, and we also included it in your budget binder where you have every department listed, the vacancy that they had last year and the vacancy that they have this year. So you can see which ones were successful in hiring and which ones maybe weren't as successful in hiring. So if you'd like to see that or have any trouble finding it, I'm happy to share that with you and we can walk through it. We saw I can tell you just off the top of my head, we saw some big improvements in the sheriff's department. We saw some pretty good improvements in some of our DOT departments, or DOT area as well. But I think sheriff was up 38. So they had a big chunk of that 67.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that should cut down on overtime.
Eventually. That's the idea.
Eventually, but
Eventually,
I'm just saying it
Yes.
shouldn't be as high as it was previously.
And that is obviously the hope with the public safety improvements that you made, is that we'll begin to reduce, especially the police and fire vacancies, and then that should reduce overtime over a period of time. And obviously, there's a training component. I know Director Register shared that just because we hire them today doesn't mean overtime is going to go down tomorrow. It's going to take time because you need that officer or firefighter out on the street performing their duty. So that it will take some time to see that go down. Okay. Any other questions on this slide? Very good. Okay. All right, nice. Said we had 2 general fund slides. This is just a different look of this. So of the $41.3 million, $25.5 million is going to public safety. This is just within the general fund. So this is basically our public safety department within the general fund, and obviously does not include fire, but includes all other public safety departments, and as well as the sheriff, accounts for 61.76% of the increase. The next largest increase is transportation. And this is related for really 2 big areas. We had an increase in the transit subsidy due to the new contract of $2.2 million, and then we had some capital. So that $12 million of capital, we allocate that out to departments based on the recommendations from the county manager, which is then blessed by the board. They received $1.9 million of capital, which was part of their increase as well. And then we kind of walked down this list. You saw judicial. Most of this is simply a roster update. The only component of that that's not part of a roster update is the magistrate court increase, which is just under $1 million. And then we've touched on the self-funded insurance already. Community development, again, is just a roster update based on their size. It is a $1 million increase based on the number of employees that they have. All other departments account for $4.1 million, or 10% of the total increase. Any questions on this slide? All right, I want to touch on fire. We've spent some time on this already, but a lot of this may be repeat information, but it is its own fund, and it has a pretty good increase this year. The biggest part of this is a roster update, but part of their roster update and then impact items is going to be the new 25-year step and grade plan that was approved and takes effect this July, and will run through the entire year of 2025, as well as their annual increases for step and grade and merit. And then we had increases for pension and healthcare costs. So no new positions here. This is just simply the new plan that we put in place and the existing roster that we have today. One of the areas that we did focus in on is, again, cash position. I know Commissioner Gambrill touched on this because this was one of our driving forces behind TANs. You can kind of see that history. So in March, from 2015 to 2020, we were negative each year in this fund. Then it improved to May from 2021 through 2023, and this year we made it to June. So at the conclusion of June, that fund will have negative cash position. Any questions on this slide? Yes, Commissioner. Sorry.
Hey, Bill, just kind of an observation, because we've been talking about capital. But I see for the adopted 24 to the proposed 25, we actually have a reduction.
Yes.
For capital. Can you explain why we're reducing the capital in the fire fund?
Absolutely. So the fire fund runs in cycles. So the $15 million that you see here was fully funding their request, and that is part of the reason you see that increase in their contingency. So you see that you had $21 million in capital last year, again, fully funded their request, and then it just runs in different cycles. So you will see some ebb and flow in this. This is not a hard and fast number. It is simply based on addressing the need for apparatus replacement, facilities, fire stations, and so on. So based on the request, we fully fund that. And then if there is additional dollars, in this case there is some additional dollars, and we put it in contingency to address unforeseen or expenses that may run over the projections, so they can address those. So this is there for a couple reasons. One is if the step and grade plan is successful, you should see an increase in hiring. Well, remember, those positions are budgeted at 50%. So if we see an additional 50 positions during the year, that money can be used to address them filling those positions. And then again, also for the capital needs as well. And with any position that is filled, you have equipment, safety gear, and things like that that could also come into play. So that's what that's really there for, is to address that. But again, the $15 million does fully fund their request for 2025, but we always will monitor that throughout the year to see if there's any cost overruns or anything that we maybe projected for a replacement that comes in higher. As we know, everything costs more each and every year. Apparatus was one of the big things we see as challenge. It just always costs more each time we go to order those.
Thank you. And Jen, just for clarification, because you kind of touched on it with the 7.4 and contingency being for hires and everything, but this is also where we've budgeted and planned on the next step? And I know we've
Yeah.
got two different sides, but within the fire fund budget,
It
we are
is-
planning for that step.
Yes, so as a part of that, we do have their step that they will receive in March is included. And we actually included that in their personnel numbers, but obviously that is based on the roster as of April 1. So as that changes, it could cost more, which is where that contingency would come into play. Yeah. Any other, sorry.
Yes, and just in full disclosure, there has been some consideration for decreasing the millage for the fire fund. We're still discussing that as a board, as we are very sensitive to how our fluctuations in the millage could have long-term impact. For those of you who remember some of the challenges we had back in 2016, and we reduced our general fund millage and had to come back the next year, and we ended up increasing the millage 2 mils to address the impact of that change. So we are mindful that there is some interest in reducing our millage. There's some discussion with the fire department amongst commissioners, that we're looking out for information from them to understand what type of long-term impact the fire fund would have if we were to reduce that millage. That is one of the line items on your assessments that is not impacted by the homestead exemption. And so any increase in your property tax would be eventually levied, or, assessed by that fire fund millage rate, and so we're sensitive to that impact. We will know more, perceived by the second budget hearing, on what's going to happen with that.
Okay, so just the key dates one more time, because they are identical to the millage, but just want to be out there for transparency. We have our public hearing today. We'll have one on the 16th, and then our final public hearing and adoption hopefully on the 23rd. That is kind of how we're going to flow through this. But again, we have been, that was one of the points of concern last year, is to make sure that we have a millage and a budget public hearing at each night, or each opportunity for the public to speak and share their thoughts on those. So we have followed through with that, because in years past we've done 2 and 3. So to be consistent, we've done 3 and 3 this year. Okay, and then, okay. So all the information is on the website for the citizens to review. And again, if there's any questions, if not, I would ask the.
We do have one additional
Yes.
question, I believe, from Commissioner
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gambrell.
And I didn't think we were going to be discussing the actual fire fund millage rates, but I will say right here to the public, I do not support the reduction. For most people, unless your house has been reassessed, it won't even save you the money to buy a gallon and a half of gas. So while this is being put out there as some grand gesture, it's really not. But I think, Bill, and maybe you can help me elaborate on this, it's going to be potentially damaging to what you just told us about the fire fund, about the contingencies, about the fund balance, and the fire department's ability to continue to purchase the capital that they need. Because again, that's not being considered with this, with what you've just put out. So if we do reduce the millage rate, how is that going to affect the fire fund's budget from what you just showed us? Because that $1 million savings that we're going to give to the people, because that's the last number I heard from the finance department.
Yes.
Was it would essentially be $1 million that we would reduce the fire fund by. On those budget lines that you just provided to us, where's it going to take the biggest hit? And my guess is going to be in the contingency line,
That's exactly right.
or it's going to be on the capital line, which is again going to then cause problems to our fire department, in which they've planned capital expenditures and then would make them potentially have to go out and take out loans, pay interest, to then continue buying the equipment that they need.
So Commissioner, I'm going to go back and answer your question, which I mean you've already answered, but yes, if there was a $1 million reduction, the line it would come from was contingency. And we talked about the planned uses of that contingency, so that would be $1 million less. So we'd be at going down 7 and change, down to 6.4, I think is where we'd be. that would be the line, because that way operationally it would not have an impact on them immediately, but to the chairwoman's point, that the long-term impact is what the board is contemplating now, is to see what that would look like.
Exactly. I just want to underscore we're very sensitive to the exact concerns that you shared. We're just mindful that we do have that contingency. And that's part of the challenge, again, as we weigh the budget year after year, is looking at the long-term implication. If we were to provide some relief to our citizens today, what is the detriment, or I can't necessarily say detriment, but what is the impact to our departments in their ability to function? And would we have to come back and ask for that money again and perhaps ask for more because we've made that one decision for that moment in time? There has been some robust discussion with respect to funding capital here in the county, and there have been several years where we have not properly funded capital, and that has been one of the first things that have been on the chopping block for us as a county, because we have been doing our best to be mindful of the impact on our citizens, but we also weigh that with being a steward of our assets in the county. And we're at a point now where our capital maintenance requests continue to far exceed the amount that we have allocated in the capital budget. And so I am appreciative that Commissioner Gamble made the observation that she's had, because that's really reflective of the type of things that we have to weigh when we assess making a reduction in our millage. Yes, Commissioner Burrow.
Yes. Bill, our last budget meeting last week, this was thrown out as potentially being considered. And I know I've expressed to you, I am not supportive of reducing the fire fund millage either. We just put it back to where it was in '22, and we are short-staffed, and not even counting the capital and the equipment, but we're short-staffed as well. And public safety being our number one priority, I can't support that. I'd also like to bring attention to last year's budget when I offered a decrease of 0.2 mills from the general fund, and nobody supported that. So I'm just saying, I don't support taking from the fire fund. I think any reduction needs to come from the general fund. And if that means cuts in certain departments that we don't have to provide, that's where we need to look. And I would like to have a conversation with Mr. Gabriel, if he's still here.
Okay, thank you. I see two hands up, Commissioner Sheffield. We'll go here, and then I'll come back to Richard.
Bill, would you mind putting up the slide, the last fire fund slide? So with the millage, with the cut, that would be on the capital improvement. You mentioned that the 15 million is enough for their capital?
That is enough for their 25 capital. It does fluctuate from year over year. So again, looking at 24, it was 21 million. So it depends on the cycle in which they have to replace their equipment. So it will move year to year. So what I think that the consideration is could you address it using the contingency? Yes, you could take the contingency down, but what is the long-term impact of that? So for 2025, yes, their capital is fully funded, assuming no cost overrun based on what's been projected for replacement, which I gotta assume there might be some cost overruns there based on inflation, but you could make that statement for 2025 is yes, they're fully funded. However, the long-term impact of that is, does that capital go up in 26 and 27, and you're going to come back and need that? And I think that's the point that the board is wrestling with is if we do that and then it comes back up significantly higher in 26 and 27, are you then now in a situation where you have to raise the millage?
Right.
So, and a lot of that's going to come down to growth in future years. And one of the things that we hit on in the millage presentation is that growth is significantly slowing. So what we're seeing is you saw those big increases in 22 and 23. It is significantly less in 24. And we're budgeting a lesser amount in 25 as we move forward.
Okay. So for the fire fund, the .02, I think you said was $1 million.
Yes.
But the statement that was made regarding the general fund last year for that same number, what would have been the impact? What would have been that number?
So actually, we want to make sure we got the decimal points in the right place. So the fire fund for the $1 million is .02. I think Commissioner Burrow's request last year was .2.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be, let me tell you exactly what that would be. That would be almost $8.5 million.
Okay, so that would have been an $8.5 million.
For 23.
Okay.
If you
No,
like.
I just wanted to
Sure.
kind of look at the numbers side by side.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Obviously, not everybody participates in the fire fund. Some receive fire services from the city, so
Right.
the property value or population that pays into the fire fund is less than the population that pays into the general fund.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the public is aware as well. Whenever we're contemplating any kind of rollback, we put a lot of stock in the analysis coming from that department, hence why there hasn't been a decision, there's only been a question with the fire fund, because that analysis, we're depending on the chief to kind of tell us what does that look like and what does that forecast look like for the next couple of years, so that we can weigh what that benefit or impact is going to be and if it's worth it. And 7.4, that's the number that we're looking at inside the fire fund. Certainly within the larger budget, like within the general fund area, same thing goes there. There are multiple departments that make up that budget. They do their analyses as well and have their own constraints that they face. And so any of these impacts, any of these rollbacks, I think you've heard the board also mention what happened in the past. There was a rollback and then they had to come back and roll it back up even like almost twice what was rolled down. So just being mindful of that as a public, because I know everyone here is interested in offering up suggestions. So have that in mind as well, that a lot of the departments do play a critical role in helping us come to that determination. It is not just a whimsy. But thank you.
No, thank you for making that point again. This is just a discussion. This isn't anything that's being proffered, or there's no grand gesture to provide this to the public, just a question that's being asked. And getting to Commissioner Richardson's point, there is a neighboring jurisdiction here in Metro Atlanta that reduced their millage and is now experiencing a shortfall and has to go back and increase it. And they're having some difficulty addressing that. So we just want to be mindful of the, again, future or long-term impact of making those type of millage decisions in the short run. Okay. With that, Commissioners, I would like for us to go ahead and open up the second public hearing. Bill, if you don't have anything further to address.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the second public hearing. The second public hearing is to address the county millage, the county budget. We just addressed the millage. Same structure. We'll take an unlimited number of speakers. You may, excuse me, Mr. Harford, I know you want to be first. Just let me finish my comments first. Let me finish my comments first. I know you want to be first. It's okay. Just stay right there. We'll take an unlimited number of speakers. You have a maximum of 3 minutes. Please, again, remember to state your name before you speak. Mr. Harford, yes, come right ahead.
Good morning again. My name's Craig Harfoot. The whole thing about why we would want a millage rate rollback is that the cheap money at 3% mortgages, it created an abnormal price. And I sent you all the thing about the rule of 7, I'm pretty sure. And basically, 7%, you borrow for 7 years, you're going to pay back double. If you borrow $100,000, you're going to pay back $200,000. At 3%, the payment's lower. Now we're back up in 6-7% range, and the payment's not attainable. So there is going to be a reset in housing. They're just playing with it. And yeah, you can go to 20 mills, by law, But the whole thing is, this is an aberration. And you're spending money based on an aberration of taxes collected. And if you continue to do that, yeah, you'll have to raise the millage rate, but it'll be when houses are reset at 200,000, not 400,000 if we're talking about that median range. And the taxes, you're acting like you can only give back $1 million, but this is not true. I mean, you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on all kinds of consultants, and you gave the sheriff's department $25 million for their offices to improve the facility. And it's like, those are the things. And like in the last meeting, you finished out a library, you spent $200,000 to furnish it, and then what is it, Batson Cook gave you a lunch? Now, that's against ethics. You should not have let your contractor buy you lunch. That's just not something you should do. But, you know, the whole county, where you're not even talking about is all this stuff that in every meeting you're approving millions and millions of dollars. I mean, you got the budget from $1 billion to like 50% higher. And yet all these numbers aren't reflecting that. And that's what I'm trying to talk about. It's like even a senior exemption on what you did with my assessment raised it 50%. You know, it's like, and I'm sure the other people, I'm not making a big deal about me, I can pay it, but I don't think everybody in the county can, because they're all maxed out on credit cards and everything else.
Good morning again. I'm Cammie Sanchez, live in East Cobb for 40 years. I just wanted to add on to what I spoke about earlier. A lot of this budget information and increases is not your fault. It comes from the federal government and inflation. You talk about, well, prices are going to go up on this and prices are going to go up on that. They don't have to do that. I have a flexible mortgage. It went from 3% 7 years ago. It's up to 7% now. It's a special mortgage that I can borrow out of the equity at any time I want to spend on what I need for my home. So I paid a price for that. But we got to think about the federal government and what's going on. Those federal expenses affect us all. Elections are coming. This is a reminder to everybody who's listening. If you're not happy with what we got, we need to do something about it. You talk about public safety. I'm worried about public safety in my neighborhood. I'm now elected president of my homeowners association. By default, nobody else wanted it. People are not interested in doing it anymore. But we had some problems with some trees. We couldn't see it to get out of the neighborhood, and I contacted Ms. Burrell to take care of it. Those are things that we need. Those are things that safety is a big issue. And if you're building these high rises, you're going to need extra police, and you're going to need extra fire, and you're going to need all those services and schools. And I don't see that anywhere. I'm not sure that these apartments are going to be filled, number one, and I'm not sure that these people can afford an apartment for $2,000 base with everything else that they've got. I spoke to a gentleman yesterday who told me that a friend of his rented an apartment and found out that now there are extra layers of fees. You don't just pay your rent, you don't just pay water. There's a company that regulates the water payments, the trash payments, so there's an extra layer of fees that you don't see that go up. We got to stop this stuff. We can't afford it. That's what I'm here to tell you. Not all of us are on fixed incomes, but you don't get a COLA. That's important. And our COLAs for Social Security definitely don't meet inflation rates. So we're always behind. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for all of your time, and remind everybody to vote every election. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Danny Wilson. I want to go back to one of the slides that, well, first of all, when I raised my two sons, one of the things that I used to do with them is I would sit them at the table with me and I would let them see me pay my bills. And I taught them the difference between a need and a want. Because you may want something, but you may not need it. And they learned that at a very, very early age. And both my sons now are very fiscally conservative because they know that I always taught them if your input is greater than your output, then your upkeep is going to be your downfall. And I plastered that on the refrigerator. And they had to see that every time they went to get a glass of milk, every time they went to make a sandwich, they had to see that. I've looked at some of the county's budgets, and everything that you guys have done is over budgeted. From the SPLOST projects down to all the general fund, everything is over budgeted. If you guys could just stay within your budget, just as we as homeowners have to do. I'm on a fixed income now, so I have to account for every dollar that I spend. I think when I go to the grocery store, if I want to eat a steak, I have to look at the price of that steak and say, okay, well, I got to put this back because this is not going to fit into my budget. And I think that's what you guys are going to have to do. There's been a lot of money spent on consultant fees. And I've told you guys that before. You have county staff, you're duplicating services. You have county staff that you pay a salary to do what you're bringing these consultants in here to do. And that brings you over your budget. If you would just allow them to do the jobs that you pay them to do, then I think there could be a lot of money saved there. So all I have to say today is I think that if you guys followed the budget, because I'm sure you follow your budgets at home. I don't think your budget is out of whack like your budget here at the county is. If you guys would just follow your budget and streamline your spending, then I think Cobb County can go back to the county that it used to be where people wanted to come to live here. The millage rate wasn't as high. And there was not this unnecessary spending going on. Thank you.
We'll take our next speaker.
I think it's still good morning, ladies. How are you again? All right, this is one of the things that comes up every year. It's a budget. A proposed expenditure. You're guessing at what our expenditures are, and Bill does a pretty damn good job. It's way above me because I have a small budget. I know what my wants are. I know what my needs are. Things come up. Dog gets sick. Hell, y'all know what an MRI costs every time you go up there? You know, they only pick up so much of it, but those are things you don't budget for. In the county, just like Denny said, we have employees out here already that can perform 99% of the tasks we ask. So we don't need the extra. There's the public transit. Public transit is an important part of our infrastructure, something that we should provide. Basics are the thing that you're supposed to be working on. I do not think you're spending money wisely when it comes to the bus as it stands right now. You damn sure don't need more money to throw at a problem you don't understand right now. You're not going to fix it with money. You're going to fix it by using your brain and hiring the right people. Overall, I hope y'all keep working at this. The budget is so important. And you know some people are going to get mad, some people are going to get glad. But you have to do your job, hard as it is. Try to find a way to keep the infrastructure in your thoughts. That's the basics. All this other fluff, forget about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take our next speaker.
Hello, my name is still Susan Strevens, and I do live in Cobb County. And I had questions about the transportation. And one of the things, you know, the Constitution says that we have the right to have redress of grievances, but it seems like this format is I talk at you, and then you talk at me. And we really don't really have a discussion. And I think that's a missed opportunity. And I also would like to suggest that you look at the lens, through the lens of serving the individual person. And we're all to be treated equally. So look at your budgets and your projects and your things that really serves everybody. And if it doesn't serve everybody, then is it really something that should be money spent on? Now, the core things in my mind, fire safety is pretty important, especially with the number of high 4-story, 5-story, I forget what the highest building could be, and the more people concentrated in there, that fire safety to me is a no-brainer that needs to be funded. You know, but I don't know if we need another new library or another new senior center or some of these other things that you spend the money on. Because as you expand and do that, then you've got to have the money to maintain it, and are you maintaining the buildings you already have? So I would ask that you look at this from outside your bubble. I think you may have gotten into a bubble of what government does instead of how are you really serving the people. Is that too much to ask, y'all? I don't think it is, because that's the very reason why you're here, is to serve the people and our individual safety and security, property and life and well-being. So thank you. I know it's a tough job, but I'm going to pray for y'all that you can really save some money and do some good. In Jesus' name, amen.
We'll take our next speaker. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Willis, Powder Springs, Georgia. And obviously I didn't come dressed. I wasn't planning on coming up to speak, so apologize for my attire. A couple things I was thinking since I got the notification in the mail. One was, as I'm looking around Powder Springs and Cobb County, there's a lot of development, which is wonderful to see. Lots of new subdivisions and so forth. And I got to thinking, well, 5 years ago, using simple math, if there was 100 units of homes where we were collecting property tax from, but today now there's 400 because of the economic development of new homes just around my property. So I said to myself, are we not collecting taxes on those additional 3 units of homes? And if so, is that not enough money to cover the additional expenses that we've been talking about over the last couple hours? So that's one thing I would ask you to consider, is go back and look at what was the total increase in revenue because of the new units that have come in. The second thing, I'm a sports enthusiast. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not from Georgia originally, so I'm a Steelers fan. Not a Braves fan, sorry. But I do see that there's a stadium here in Cobb County that used to be in Fulton County. And I guess my question is, and I'll go back and do some research on the website, how much money are the Atlanta Braves paying to Cobb County to help with the taxes and the things that are needed for us as citizens of this great county? And I would ask you, if they're not paying enough, ask them to pay more. Thank you.
Tracy Stevenson. First of all, the Steelers rock, so it's okay. But at the end of the day, we are back where we started from. I seem like I've been here many times before. Talking about taking money out of the fire fund is the most antithetical thing to what county government should be doing. Public safety, infrastructure are the number one, number two things that you're responsible for. Why does it always have to come out of somebody else's pocket, not the general fund? If you really want to show us that you care, then you reduce the millage rate. Taking it out of the fire fund is, like I said, it's antithetical to what you're supposed to be doing. I mean, we look at just Kimley Horn and the M-spliced boondoggle, as I call it. How many hundreds of thousands, probably approaching $1 million, have we spent on putting this great package together that nobody wants? You know, I've been to them. I've been to the mass transit open houses. I've seen the website. I've talked to people, lots of people about it. Do y'all read the comments on Nextdoor? Do you? Because it's about 20, 25 to 1 against. So you're going to see all this when it comes out in the vote. It's going to get it's going to get turned down. It's not going to be voted in. I'll make that prediction right now, sure as I'm standing here. So we will have taken, I'm going to say $1 million we've wasted on that boondoggle already. And talk about taking it out of fire? Makes no sense. The core things that government is supposed to do, build around infrastructure and public safety. So let's refocus our energies on what we're supposed to be doing, not what we want to do. Denny said it pretty well. I taught my kids the same things. You got wants and you got needs. Needs are important. Needs are things that make us live, that allow society to function. Wants are objects that you want, that you just desire. But at the end of the day, we need to tighten our belts. We need to pull out our calculators. We need to figure out, how do we make this thing work for everybody? Thank you.
Christine Rosman. So I just wanted to say that there's a spending problem. I think that's the reoccurring thing of all of the citizens are noticing that there's a spending problem. There's not an income problem, it's a spending problem. And if we are tightening our belts, why has that concept not spilled over to some of you? It's common sense, and I mean, well, everybody up here that's come up here, it's like they're spewing common sense, and it's like Teflon. So what makes me think is that you really don't want a solution. You give us like a patronizing, oh, we want to hear what you have to say, and you don't want to hear what we have to say. Mr. Graybill obviously said something, you know, like, hey, this doesn't matter from the CFO.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rossman, I'm just hearing a lot of chatter, and it's making it difficult for me to hear you. If we can just refrain from our conversations and the audience, it can help us to better hear our speaker.
Thank you.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
So anyway, Mr. Graybill was from a CFO, CPA mindset, is like noticing things. And we have noticed the tens of millions of dollars going to like Deloitte and Accenture to tell us how to spend our money, where we have really qualified staff. I don't believe we have a staff member that has a CPA certification or a CGFM, which is the watered-down version of CPA, and that is the government certification, which is Certified Government Financial Manager. And so I think it would make so much sense to just go with somebody that is a CFO, like this gentleman, that can see things and get them done. But I know that there's a huge component that happens with Deloitte and Accenture because they have a real presence with the World Economic Forum. And what we're seeing is that what Cobb County's turning into is something like, you know, Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, because it's a carbon copy. So we want you to use common sense. We want you to be fiscally responsible. And that ain't happening. And we're getting a little frustrated, and thank God there's an election coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take our next speaker. Okay, not seeing any. The public hearing is closed, and Bill would ask you to approach again. Thank you, Bill. Commissioners, do you have any additional comments or questions for Bill Volkman? Okay.
Just thank you. Thank you to you and your staff for all the meetings and hard work that you've put into this.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll still have more to come.
We will. And I want to take the moment to thank my staff as well and all the departments that participate in this each and every year.
Exactly. Thank you. As I've shared before, this is the most information I've seen over the several years I've been here in helping us understand the budget and arrive to the decisions that we've made. We know that we've been limited to our departments. There have been a number of requests for positions and for operational requests that will go unmet with this budget. We tried to narrow our focus to what we felt were the exigent needs, and those were in public safety for this budget, and particularly pertaining to retention of those who are sworn officers. And so that's where a lion's share of our budget is going. There are a number of matters that we did vote on last year that will also be addressed, and very few positions, I believe 2 or 3 that will be added with this budget. One of them pertains to, I believe, a recreation center. We do have an environmental coordinator, and there's, I believe, an additional position in water.
Yes, we have 3 positions tied to the Osborne Community Center, which were approved via an agenda item. And then we have the Sustainability Programs Coordinator and then a water engineer.
And this is out of how many positions requested?
There was over 380 positions requested, and we're approving 5.
We're providing 5. I want you to know that there's a lot of work that goes into getting here today, and it may not be reflected in the comments that were made by our speakers, and we can certainly understand your concerns. But we do thank the many staff members, our county manager, for all the work that's been done for us to get here. Because of our approach to spending in our county, we continue to have a lot of requested needs that continue to go unmet as we do the very tough job of determining what should filter through with the additional funds that we received beyond the prior year's budget. And again, I just want to thank people for their hard work, and for those that have spoken today, for us to know that we hear you. I've been taking notes. There are some questions that have been asked today that I will go back to staff and address. And all of this is not for naught, that you have a purpose in this process. And whether or not you may see that reflected with what comes out of this process, please know, or what comes out of this discussion today, please know that we do take your comments seriously and appreciate you taking the time to be here today. We have 800,000 citizens in our county, and you chose to be here, and that does mean something. So with that, thank you. I would like for us to go ahead and take a break. We do have a long meeting ahead of us. I know some of us will probably need to take a personal break, so why don't we go ahead and come back at 11:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Board of Commissioners meeting this July 9th, 2024. We have just concluded our public hearings with respect to the budget and millage. We are now at our first public comment. Bill, I'll turn to you so you can walk us through our speakers today.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As the board provides the podium for public comment, it's appropriate to review the related meeting rules. Please state your name, and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization, all comments should be made to the commission as a body and addressed through the chair. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, but an opportunity for speakers to provide their comments to the board. Comments should not be slanderous. The board encourages, regardless of the topic, for the audience to be respectful and courteous to all speakers. Everyone attending this meeting should give others the right to both listen and be heard by treating each other with civility. Statements made during the public comments portion do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the board or the administration of Cobb County government. And there is a timer on the podium that keeps track of your 3 minutes time. The first public speaker is Mr. Emkin.
Leroy Emkin, Cobb County. Thank you. Attorney Rowland, you did not say the comments should not be impertinent, derogatory, offensive, or slanderous. And thank you for not including that sentence. And I hope that was in response to comments I've made in the past, which I'll repeat today. My comments will be in connection with citizens' First Amendment rights to criticize our local, state, and federal government during periods of public comment as described in the following 2 court cases. One, New York Times versus Sullivan. The subject was the First Amendment principles during periods of public comment. Perhaps the most fundamental of all First Amendment's free speech principles is that individuals have a free speech right to criticize the government. In the New York Times versus Sullivan case, the United States Supreme Court Justice William Brennan famously wrote of a, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. All of you are public officials. The second court case was the Mama Bears lawsuit filed in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. A parental rights group in Forsyth County called the Mama Bears won a federal First Amendment rights lawsuit against the Forsyth County School District. Included in the court order, senior United States District Judge Richard Story ordered the following, quote, the court also permanently enjoins the district, its officers, school board members, agents, servants, employees, and all persons in active concert or participation with them who receive actual notice of this injunction from enforcing the respectfulness requirement, the restriction on personally addressing board members, including the superintendent, or any restriction on profane, uncivil, or abusive remarks contained in the Forsyth County Schools' current public participation policy, or any substantially comparable provision in a future Forsyth County policy, unquote. And that, quote, this injunction is binding on the district, its Board of Education, their successors, agents, attorneys, and assigns, on all those in active concert or participation with them, unquote. And I'm addressing this to Monique and Joanne and Lisa and Jerica and Kelly. We have the right to speak to each one of you individually. The Constitution gives us that right, and thank you, Attorney Rowland, for no longer using the statement that the board asked you in the past to say. The comments should not be impertinent, derogatory, offensive, or slanderous.
Mr. Ripken, your time's up.
We have the right to be slanderous, etc.
Mr. Donald Barth is the next speaker.
Donald Barth. I'm back here addressing you again, and this time I want you to hear me. First of all, I want to mention something good about this county. Yesterday, we had the shrimp boil. It was just something for the sheriff and a way to get together, and I saw a lot of people there. A lot of people came through and supported our local sheriff. I'm always glad to see community getting together. Now, when we talk about the community, one thing's still pissing me off. This playing with the map. Have you lost your mind? Do you have a mind? Because this map thing has gone on far enough, and you could have pulled the plug on it. You have the right to withdraw your appeal. You don't want to do that, do you? But you're going to lose in the end. There's no way that you can defeat the Constitution. You agreed to abide by the state constitution. Are you doing that? Hell no. Hell no. You don't care. I told you earlier, you got a hard on for Cobb County. You want to change things. You're not going to do it. Some judge somewhere is going to see that you have broke every constitutional law. All you have done is wasted our time and wasted an election cycle. You've effed with the election this year. You personally have ruined Cobb County's election cycle. You decide who can run and who can't. You don't have that power. You never did. You never will. Now, you need to get it through your head. They may have done something wrong at the state government level, but you're not going to make it right by doing another wrong. You have attacked everything there is. I have a constitutional right to have voted. I was certainly voted for Joanne, but I didn't get to vote. Do you remember what you did? You went for the election cycle last time in 2022, and you let the election go through. You used the old map, the new map, whatever it's called. You used the state map to do that. Then you switched back and said, all right, now that Joanne's been elected over there, she's now your commissioner over here. When the hell do I get to vote? When you get ready? When it's your decision? No, I listened to more crap that shouldn't have been said. I listened to Daniel
Barth,
White.
your time's up. The next speaker is Susan Strevens.
Thank you, Susan Strevens, and I want to say what that gentleman just spoke is maladministration on your part. You robbed him of the sacred right to vote. That is, I believe that's criminal. Well, maladministration is bad government if you look up the definitions. But I'm here on another matter. I want to read the Origin and Structure of Government, Section 2 of Article 1 of the Constitution. Origin and foundation of government. All government of right originates with the people, is founded upon their will only, and is instituted solely for the good of the whole. Public officers are the trustees and servants of the people and are at all times amenable to them. Paragraph 2, the object of government. The people of this state have the inherent right of regulating their internal government. Government is instituted for the protection, security, and benefit of the people. And at all times, they have the right, we have the right to alter or reform the same whenever the public good may require it. Many of us haven't been taught to study our constitutions, but that's where we have the power, y'all. So I also have here a notice that I would like to get on the record. and this is the People's Notice of Recognition of Abused Power and Nullified Actions. And notice to principal is notice to agent, and notice of agent is notice to principal. This is going to take more than a minute to read, but I did email it to you very, very early this morning, and here are the hard copies to have it on the record and to put with the county clerk, as well as the distribution list of who it needs to be sent to. But basically, it's giving you information about the recent Supreme Court rulings and opinions. We, the people, have been sending notice to the Supreme Court and to the Congress, and they've been responding to our notices, and it's seen in the decisions that are being made. That notice is very important for you. So I hope you read it and take it to heart, because I'm here to educate.
Mr. Evans, your time's up. The next speaker is Christine Rosman. Mr. Harfoot.
Hello again. My name's Craig Harfoot. There's so much to talk about. But anyway, I think I feel like Biden right now. Burn out. But the governments, I mean, what's really disturbing now is this fee on the water. And I saw a big ticket item was waste and beautification. And BlackRock, Blackstone, well, Blackstone's behind Trump, and BlackRock's behind Biden. And the Ukraine war, BlackRock takes over the farmland in Ukraine. And basically, there's this whole privatization. It started with the prisons, and it keeps evolving. But now it's going into water. And it's going into, you know, you get a fee, and the oligarchs in America, the billionaires, the Gateses and whatever, they've co-opted Congress. I mean, they basically, our Congress is like, they took the deal that Christ refused in the temptation of the wilderness. They fell down and worshiped Satan, and guess what? They serve the money, mammon, the world. They don't serve the people. They serve themselves. Everything I've read lately is they all seem to get really rich, you know, insider information ahead of COVID and where they invest their money. And I thought none of that stuff was, when I grew up, they taught us that's all wrong. But now it exists. So please, step away from the fees. Step away from these things that they're going to just enslave all of us. Don't matter what color you are. Doesn't matter about, you know, there's only one race, like I said, but we're all shades. And why the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. It's all inside job, and the leadership serves Satan. And an interesting thing, I'll just anecdote like Guyana. Suddenly they find oil in Guyana, and then Venezuela wants to invade them, you know, but they're saying they're going to be as well off as Angola is. Now, Angola owns Portugal pretty much. It's all about resources. And the one thing I didn't get to say is the higher density we go, the higher our taxes go. And so you don't want density. You never do, because eventually, like California and New York, everybody runs away and you got a shell. So please, no density.
The next public speaker is Denny Wilson.
First of all, I want to start, which is something that I'm not above doing, to the chairwoman. I apologize for my outburst at the last meeting. I just kind of got caught off guard when a sitting commissioner is laughing at the fact of that black seniors could be losing their homes. And that just really caught me off guard. So never again will I disturb your decorum like that. That was my first, and it'll be my last. But two things I want to talk about. I saw on Bill's slide, and Bill, thank you, because I think he does a great job in delivering the budget. But I think some time ago you guys changed the requirements of his job for him to go and become CPA certified or get the necessary accreditations for him to be able to continue to do the finances of Cobb County. And that has not happened, I don't think, to date, or I have not heard any talk of it happening. So I think if he is going to do the finances for the county, then you should hold him to the same standards that you hold other county employees to, because you have a requirement in order to obtain a job through the county. And I think he should be held to those same requirements. So if he hasn't become CPA certified, I think you guys need to make sure that he goes back and does that. And on one of his slides, he had the water fund being reduced from 6% to 5%. But what he failed to put up there is the water bill went up by 10%. And that offsets that additional 1% that you guys are getting, because you're still getting about the same amount of money, if not more, if we do the calculations. And I could be wrong, but I think you guys are probably getting about the same amount of money. So I think that 100% of the funding should go back in the water. I mean, since they've had this new system, 2 months ago, my water bill was $19.03. The next month, it was $80. The next month, it was $60. So and for 3 months in a row, I think I had a water bill of $19.03. And I even questioned the water department to say, how can my water bill be the same every month? So something is going on with this water. I'm gonna see what my bill is gonna be when it comes this next month. But it did go down $20 when I questioned them about why is my water bill $80, because I hardly ever gotten
Ms. Wilson, your time's up. The next speaker is Tracy Stevenson.
Tracy Stevenson again. Seems like Groundhog Day. I was just up here 2 other times. Interesting news flash just came across from the Marietta Daily Journal. The Cobb County Board of Elections has voted to file suit against Cobb County and the state of Georgia, asking Cobb Superior Court decide once and for all whether the home rule map passed by the Cobb Board of Commissioners in 2022 is constitutional. Things that make you go, So we're going to finally get a resolution to this. Don had brought it up. So now I want to talk about, just a minute, back on the tax issue to a degree, and transit. Last year's budget was $29 million. General fund contributed $20 million to the operating losses. About $4 million were in fares. The rest of it was made up through some local grants. Wow, but wow, this year it's $37 million budget. Only $20 million is going to come from the general fund again. Only $4 million will come from fares. And I'm being gracious with what will come from fares. So that $13 million shortfall is going to have to come from grants and other matching funds. How can y'all look at this and say it makes sense? $33 million loss against budget. It's going to hit us this year. And you're asking for more. Your made-up consultant says we've made up a number. It's going to 12-fold increase in ridership when we do this. 12-fold, 12 times. 12 times out of thin air. Your transit advisory board says, hey, our data's no good and the project list is no good. So where does that number come from? So anyway, once again, I just shake my head and say things that make me go, And I do want to thank Bill and Drew Ressler for doing a fine job. They come and they answer the call every time. They give you all the numbers that you ask for. And I think them and their staff do a good job. So don't take our castigation of the board as castigation of those employees. Thank you.
Chairwoman, that concludes the first portion of the public comment.
Thank you, Bill. Excuse me. Give a moment, let me get my notes together. All right, we are now at our consent agenda. The matters on our consent agenda have scrolled on the screen prior to this meeting and will scroll on the screen thereafter. Commissioners, please note that item 6 pertaining to the code amendments, particularly with respect to the stormwater utility, and item 21 pertaining to an opioid litigation settlement. Those have been moved to the regular agenda. I don't see changes to other items on the consent agenda. With that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised and authorize execution of the necessary documents by the appropriate county personnel.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Burrow?
Madam Chair, I submitted my statement to the clerk at the recess.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Gambrill?
And I'd also like the clerk to record my statement and also the reference to the civil action as seen on page 213 of our current agenda.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments on the consent agenda? All right, call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. We will now go to agenda item number 6, which was pulled from the consent agenda, which is with respect to the proposed amendments.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and County Manager. The Cobb County Water System recommends that the Board of Commissioners amend a previously approved decision by the Board to table amendments to Chapter 50, Chapter 110, Chapter 122 of the Cobb County Code from August 2024 to table the amendments to a future date. Direct any future amendments to be brought forward pursuant Section 1 through 7 of the Official Code of Cobb County, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute any necessary documents. This means that the stormwater code amendments and the stormwater fee based on impervious surface would not be brought to the board for consideration in August. They could be brought to the board in the future if directed by the board, but there is currently not a target date for doing so.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm sorry, there's a second. We'll see if there's any discussion. Excuse me. Is there any discussion with respect to this item? No.
What? I don't think there was a motion.
I'm so confused. I'm sorry. My mind is in 1,000 different places right now. I'll just go ahead and move that we approve that this has been presented and move that we approve this agenda item as read.
Second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with discussion.
Judy, so we're pulling this without a future date, but we'll still need to do the advertisement again and the public hearings if or when it comes back, correct?
So yes, if it comes back, it would have to follow the requirements of any
Right.
code amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Are there any additional comments or questions?
Just wanted to thank you, Judy. I know that this has been a long road getting to this point, and I appreciate the town halls that you had in the community and also in District 4 and the work of you and your staff. Unfortunately, we just couldn't come to a meeting of the minds, but I just wanted to thank you publicly for all of the work that you put into this.
Thank you. Yes, and I would also like to thank all of my staff. We've put a lot of time in the office on this, and a lot of staff have put a lot of personal time into this.
Thank you.
Ditto. Are there any additional comments? Just want to reiterate the thanks that has been provided. We know that a stormwater utility has been considered by the county for a number of years. We were very close to bringing this forward in August. There are some minor details that we're still looking to get some consensus on, if there will be consensus. As was shared in many of the budgetary comments, taking care of infrastructure is very important, and that includes our water infrastructure. We also recognize there has been that water transfer that has been with the county for some time, which the board has taken time for the past budget cycles to reduce. And we know that's going to put some stress on how things are funded in the county, and there also is some stress for how we're going to continue to fund stormwater. I anticipate from prior discussion that you will have additional discussion with the board because there will be a need to fund stormwater. We're going to have to figure out how, since it was not included in this budget. But that doesn't mean that we can't consider it beyond the budget that's been presented today. So I just want to give commissioners a heads up that the director may be coming to seek your support on how we're going to fund stormwater short of having a stormwater utility. But I think this was the wise decision. It's important that you do have support of the consensus of the board for this to move forward, and hopefully we'll continue to have those discussions as we look to address water infrastructure, as we've seen a very recent example of what happens when it's not being adequately addressed. So we've had a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have our next agenda item. I believe that's agenda item 21.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As you know, in 2018, the board authorized our office and outside counsel to pursue litigation against manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of prescription opioids. In doing so, we became one of more 2,000 plaintiffs in the national multi-district opioid litigation. Between 2021 and 2023, the board approved numerous global settlements with some of the largest distributors and manufacturers of opioids, with several of the largest pharmacy chains in this country. Today, we're here seeking the authority for Cobb County to join a new global settlement with Kroger. But I'd remiss not to acknowledge my office's Assistant County Attorney, Lauren Bruce, who has managed this litigation in the Cobb County Bellwether, assisting greatly in this result. Under the terms of the proposed settlement, Kroger is estimated to pay approximately $1.2 billion to states and local governments over the next 11 years. I say estimated because as with the prior global settlements, the exact amount of money flowing into Georgia pursuant to the settlement depends upon the number of local government subdivisions that actually opt into the settlements. The greater the level of subdivision participation, more funds will ultimately be paid out for abatement, and then ultimately more money will be coming into Cobb County. The vast majority of the settlement proceeds must be used for approved uses, which will all center on abating and remediating the opioid crisis. The Cobb County Opioid Abatement Council has begun meeting monthly and is devising a comprehensive abatement strategy to present to the BOC. If approved, that strategy would then include the Kroger settlement funds. With that, and pursuant to the terms discussed in executive session on June 10th, 2024, we ask the board to adopt the resolution authorizing Cobb County to settle the opioid litigation case as to Defendant Kroger, to agree to the terms of a memorandum of understanding between the state of Georgia and Georgia subdivisions regarding the Kroger settlement, the former of which has been identical to that with all material respects to the state of Georgia local government's memorandum of understanding concerning the national distributor and Johnson & Johnson opioid settlements, which was previously agreed to by the county, and to enter into an MOU with the state of Georgia to authorize the finance department to segregate into a separate bank account the settlement funds that would be received through this process, and to authorize myself to execute the necessary settlement documents for the court.
Thank you, Bill. I want to thank you and your team, particularly as you shared, Lauren, Bruce, for all of your work in helping us address this challenge that's been with our county. We're very fortunate to see actions take place nationally that have brought attention to this and are bringing resources back to counties so that we can better address how this is impacting and impairing the lives of so many here within Cobb County. And with that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the motion as it has been presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Braun.
Bill, will this follow the same procedures as the task force that we have in place for the other lawsuit for the opioid, or it has to be separate? Because it says separate account, but I thought yesterday we said it was going into the same account.
It's a separate account from our general fund, but it'd be the same segregated account that all the other opioid proceeds, yes.
Okay, and they'll have to follow the same requirements from the state that the
Yes,
original-
as I said, it's only for approved uses as to abatement and remediation of the opioid program, and they'd have to follow those guidelines on how we use the money. The majority of the funds are for that, yes.
Okay. But can the task force that's been appointed, will they be reviewing these as well? Or is it totally,
Be reviewing what, I'm sorry?
how the money's dispersed?
Yes, yes.
So, and we already have that in place for the previous lawsuit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Gambrill in opposition. Thank you. We are now moving on to our transportation tab.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager Drew Ressler with DOT.
Good morning.
The department has 6 items for your consideration on the regular tab this morning. Our first item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a consultant services agreement with Gresham Smith in an amount not to exceed $624,996 for transportation planning and engineering services for Allatoona Creek Greenway Trail Scoping Study, project number AR-17. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize procurement of traffic signal controllers in an amount not to exceed $216,000, utilizing available state contracts for traffic signal timing, SCATS controllers, project number B2562, and further authorize a corresponding budget transaction.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Smyrna for the design and construction of slope stabilization under the Camp Highland Road Bridge, Cobb County project number B2116. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Advanced Sports Construction LLC in an amount not to exceed $105,673.08 for drainage system repairs on Saddlebrook Way, project number B22121. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners ratify previous action by County Manager authorizing emergency drainage repairs on Mary Ellen Lane in response to a sinkhole. Approve project number B22136 to the 2024 countywide unit price contract with Chatfield Contracting Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $291,762.50 for said repairs. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our final item this morning is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize procurement of 10 compressed natural gas local fixed route replacement transit buses for Cobb Link in an amount not to exceed $8,193,500, utilizing the Unified Government of Athens-Clarke County Heavy Duty Transit Bus Consortium contract with Gillig LLC. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the Procurement Services Director to sign the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Burrow and Gamble in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We are now at our Support Services tab and believe we have one item.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and County Manager.
Good morning.
Our item this morning is a joint item with Communications to request your approval of a sole source consulting services agreement with Interpersonal Frequency for web portal upgrades and enhancements in an amount not to exceed $597,345. Authorize a 10% contingency of $59,734.50. 2016 SPLOST Project X0020. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved as presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that takes us to our second public comment.
There's no one who signed up for the second portion of the public comment.
Okay, thank you, Bill. We are now at the Commissioner's public address, and we'll begin with Commissioner Gamble once her slides are, excuse me, we do have one appointment, I believe. That's my appointment. I just want to announce before we go to the Commissioner's public address, the appointments or reappointments of Dana Cummings, Patricia Horton, Dana Johnson, Ralph Wren, Joe Waldrop, Shane Evans, Matt Hoyman, Terry Cease, Kimberly Roberts to the Cobb Workforce Development Board. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's our Workforce Development Board that provides information and referral services for individuals who are unable to find employment here in the county. And they are charged with directing local workforce programs, designating training service providers, and utilizing federal funds for that purpose. Okay, with that, we are at the Commissioner's public address, and again, we'll begin with Commissioner Gamble once her slides have come up on the screen.
You can join us this Saturday, July 13th at 10 a.m. at Alatoona Creek Park for the Georgia Cycling Girls Ride. For more information, you can reach out to our office at ryan.williams@cobbcounty.org. Also, we'd like to announce the kickoff to our Cobb Parks annual fishing rodeo. This Saturday, July 13th, we will be at Lost Mountain Park from 9 to 11 a.m. You can scan the QR code found on the slide to register. Hope to see you there.
Commissioner, we'll now go on to Commissioner Richardson.
All right, thank you. From the office, it's budget time. So join the D2 office on July 18th for an evening all about the fiscal year 2025 budget. The event will kick off with an in-person tax bill clinic, so bring your tax bill that you received from 6 to 6:30 at Sewell Mill Library in the community room, and we will review it together, and I'll answer whatever questions you may have. Following that, from 6:30 to 8 p.m., I'll give a brief virtual community chat for us to just talk about what's going into the budget and the millage for this year. It's a fantastic opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the budget and share your thoughts, Don't miss out. You can scan the QR code or register by emailing Megan. And 2024 Capstone Internship, we are kicking it off. So applications are open. This is our annual program that we do. We're excited to announce the launch of our fall capstone internship program. This is a fantastic opportunity for students to gain hands-on experience and make a real impact in their community. We're offering 11 different projects this year that you can choose from, ensuring that there's something for everyone. High school and college students, don't miss out on this opportunity. And you can scan the QR code. Applications will close July 31st. And to learn more about our office, please visit d2cobb.com. And from the community, Keep Cobb Beautiful Litter Index. Volunteer to ride around with Keep Cobb Beautiful and help identify areas in communities that can benefit from beautification and restoration using the Litter Index survey. The survey will be conducted from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. this Thursday, July 11th at Jim R. Miller Event Center. Please email keepcobbbeautiful@cobbcounty.org to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now move on to Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Well, I hope everyone had a great Independence Day. We celebrated by walking in the Marietta Let Freedom Ring Parade. It was a great turnout and very hot and hilly, but we made it. Thank you. The aquatic centers are getting a facelift. So the Mountain View Aquatic Center in District 3 will be closed for renovations through September 30th. So you'll need to go to Central Aquatic near the Civic Center or one of the other locations in the county. Also, we are going to be resurfacing East Piedmont. The resurfacing from Allgood to Sandy Plains, part of that segment was put on hold because of the construction for the water and sewer for the new East Cobb Walk at the intersection. And now that that work is completed, we will, next Monday, the 15th, between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m., we'll be resurfacing at night from Piedmont Forest Court to Sandy Plains, and that will complete that segment of resurfacing. And we're scheduled to complete it by the end of July, weather permitting. There will be traffic delays during the construction, and hopefully we'll get this done before school starts, because that's right across from Sprayberry High School. And then the fishing rodeos have begun. Last Saturday was Hyde Farm. This coming Saturday is Lost Mountain Park. And unfortunately, the District 3 location, Ebenezer Downs Park, is going to have to be rescheduled. And we're looking at probably October in conjunction with Fish with Your Commish. And then the final one will be Saturday, July 27th in District 4 at Fur Family Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now go on to Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Chair. We are officially in the dog days of summer and temperatures are soaring. You can beat the heat by seeking refuge at the Family Life Restoration Center in Mableton. Family Life has opened its doors to the community from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. through the end of the summer when the weather is 90 degrees and above. The center is located at 6105 Mableton Parkway. If you'd like to donate to these efforts, please visit flrconline.org. Join It Starts With Me Too Foundation for a 5K run, walk, or stroller event on Saturday, July 13th, 8 a.m. at the Riverside Epicenter. This event is more than just a 5K. It's a community event offering valuable resources and support, including health, vision, and dental screening. Don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to engage with the community and access important health information. The Riverside Epicenter is located at 135 Riverside Parkway in Austell. Join the Cobb Police Athletic League for an exciting and free martial arts skill camp happening on Tuesday, July 23rd and Wednesday, July 24th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. This event is perfect for ages 9 through 17 and will take place at the Cobb County Department of Public Safety Training Center. Don't miss out on this unique opportunity to learn and enhance your martial arts skill. Simply scan the QR code on the screen to register. For more details, visit cobbcounty.org/police. Congratulations to the Clarkdale Little League 10U All-Star Team at the Southwest Baseball Association at Clarkdale Park. This outstanding group of young athletes has demonstrated remarkable skill and determination throughout their journey in the Braves Country All-Star Tournament. Their hard work and dedication have paid off with impressive accomplishments. They secured first place in District 2, earned the runner-up spot in the North Georgia Regional, and ultimately claimed the first place title in Georgia State Tournament. These achievements reflect not only their talent and teamwork, but also the unwavering support of their coaches, families, and the entire Clarkdale community. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheffield. Thank you for all of you who've tuned in today. Today was the first of 3 public hearings that we have with respect to our proposed budget and millage. We have 2 more that will follow today, with our next one being on Tuesday, July 16th at 6:30 p.m. That will be right here at 100 Cherokee Street in Marietta. The next one will follow at our regular Board of Commissioners evening meeting on July 23rd, 2024 at 7 p.m. Again, members of the public will have the opportunity to address the board for a total of 3 minutes, and will take an unlimited number of speakers to address both matters of the budget and the millage. With that, we do have 2 hearings that are scheduled for this Board of Commissioners meeting. They are with respect to appeals for licenses here in the county. Even though we have 2 hearings, we did have a 3rd one that has been removed, as the hearing that was originally scheduled for the spa license of Stunning Health, that will not be heard because that business, I believe, will no longer be continuing here within our county. So we will just have appeal hearings for the Asian Wellness Massage and also for Ruri Healing Spa. Before we have those hearings, I just would like to have a brief comment from our county attorney, and then we will take a recess for an hour and come back for those hearings. But Bill, I'd like for you to address the board and let us know.
Yes, Chairwoman. Both of those spas are represented by the same attorney. The attorney submitted a conflict letter, and he has been in Fulton County Court this morning. We just got word from him that he has completed his court assignment in Fulton County. He's on his way up here. I would make a suggestion to the board, if you would, if we could say come back at 1:15, I think, or later, and then that way we can move forward with the hearings at that point in time. So.
Yes, I think 1:15 should work. If anything changes, we'll just ask for your help to let us know. Yep. With that, we'll go ahead and take a recess until 1:15, and when we come back, we will have our community development hearings. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to our Board of Commissioners meeting. We are at our Community Development tab and we have our first hearing of the afternoon. I will turn things over to our county attorney if you can help cue us up for this hearing.
Yes, Chairwoman, it might be worthwhile noting there were 3 different public hearings we were going to have today. Item number 32 on the agenda, item number 31 on the agenda, Peace Spa has been pulled. That person surrendered their license and is no longer being presented. So we are left with item 30 and item 32. The first one is Asian Wellness Massage, who is represented by Ming Lim, and representing the License Review Board regarding the last hearing is Mr. Hensley here to make the presentation to the board. We keep these as a 30-minute hearing. I spoke with Mr. Lim regarding the timing requirements on that and how that works. And with that, each party is able to make an opening statement if they want to. Of course, that counts against your time and how much your presentation is.
I see we have 2 questions before you get started, though.
Okay.
Yes, their mic on. Go ahead, Commissioner Richards.
Just for the record purposes, I guess, what you articulated was correct, that Peace Spa did pull, that they are out, but the numbers are different in our books. So 32, you had it right the first time before you corrected, but 32 was Peace Spa, and so 31 and 33 are what's, left to be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Because the 31 and 33 are what we're hearing today.
Okay. Very good. With that, Attorney Hemsley, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. County Attorney, Mr. Deputy County Manager. For the record, again, I am Sam Hensley, Jr. I am the attorney for the Cobb County Business License Division. And as Mr. Rowling indicated, we are here today on an appeal of an administrative denial of an application for renewal of a health spa license for Asian Wellness Massage located at 3372 Canton Road, Suite number 110-112, Marietta, Georgia 30066. Lingjai Zhang is the licensee. This establishment is in unincorporated Cobb County. On February 9, 2024, the Business License Division conducted a compliance check at this business. Our evidence will show, Madam Chairwoman, that the Business License Division and ultimately the Cobb Police Department found multiple violations of the Cobb Code of Ordinances, specifically in Section 78. Those violations included, but were not limited to, employees who did not have either the mandatory state massage therapy license or a work permit from Cobb County, which is required of all other employees of a health spa. The Cobb Police Department Regulatory Services and Permits Unit were assisting with this compliance check, and they issued multiple citations for the state violations that were involved in this visit. This case came before the License Review Board on May 16, 2024. This was after it was continued at the request of the attorney for the licensee, continued from April 25th. And at that hearing before the License Review Board, the board voted unanimously to uphold the denial. The licensee then filed a timely appeal to this board, and that brings us here today. The licensee is represented by Attorney Ming Lim. There also is an interpreter here, Madam Chairwoman, so we'll try to speak distinctly and a little bit slowly so that everybody can understand the proceedings. I believe Mr. Lim may want to make a brief opening statement, and at that point I will swear in all of the witnesses en masse that may be testifying, and I will call my first witness.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ming Lim. I represent Asian Wellness Massage in this matter. Our main point we're trying to make today to the board is that they have invested in this business and there are violations that has been cited, that remedies could be accounted for, whether it's through fines or penalties otherwise, that it is not necessary to close their business. This is not a situation where you have lots of violations. You have an incident that was alleged to happen in November the 2nd and then February the 9th of this year. So what we're trying to present to the board is that our own ordinance for the county and for the city provides for remedies for that, that it can be make corrections and that the business does not have to be closed because this is their livelihood, and they have invested quite substantial sums of money and their time in trying to have a livelihood in this county. Thank you very much.
At this time, if you will be testifying or may be testifying in this hearing, would you please stand and raise your right hand? If you may be testifying, you may not be sure, but you may be testifying. Please stand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give before this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Hensley, if we would, I think we also need to swear in the interpreter and get
Correct.
a name from the interpreter as well.
Very good. Would the interpreter please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret today's proceedings from Mandarin to English, English to Mandarin? Is that the correct language? To the best of your abilities, without editorialization of any kind? If so, say, I do. I do. Thank you very much.
And can we get his sir, do you have a card that we can provide?
I do not have a card, but I have a printout and a copy of my certificate issued by...
Okay, if we can submit that for the record, we would do that. We can get you a copy back from that as well.
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to call Alicia Webb to the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Alicia Webb,
And Ms. Webb, where are you employed?
the Cobb County Business License Division.
And what are your duties in that department or that division?
We are her occupation tax collectors, but we also regulate certain businesses such as health spas and alcohol establishments.
And you said you're the manager of that.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? How long have you been there?
I've been in the division 18 years and 5 years as the manager.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the establishment known as Asian Wellness Massage?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with them?
They have a license with Cobb County, and this started with a complaint from another agency.
Okay, so when you say this was started, is that a compliance check that was conducted on the result of a
Yes.
complaint?
This matter, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me back up just a second. When was Asian Wellness first licensed by Cobb County? Do you know, as a health spa?
It's been a few years. Let me look and see if I have their original one from the onset.
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear the witness, and so I'm unable to interpret for the
Okay. We will try to speak more slowly and into the microphone a little more clearly. Would that help?
Yes, please.
Can
I'm
you
gonna
hear
pull it
me
down.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm going to pull it down a little bit, Alicia.
Yeah.
I think they've been there at least 5 years.
Okay. Now, you mentioned a compliance check
Yes,
that
sir.
was conducted as a result of a complaint. When did that compliance check take place?
February the 9th.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what happened at that compliance check.
So we were notified by another agency that there was some concern that there were illicit massage practices at this location. So the Business License Division with the Police Department visited, and at the establishment, the violations were no list of employees, no records of treatment on premise, and employees who are not licensed massage therapists, to obtain a health spa permit from the Police Department.
And what were those violations that were cited?
Section 78-273, for no updated list of employees filed with the county, police department, or the business license division. 78-274, there's no record of treatment at the business. And then 78-299A, not requiring an unlicensed employee to obtain a health spa permit. By unlicensed, that person did not have a state license to conduct massage therapy.
Did that individual have a Cobb County work permit?
No.
If they are not a licensed massage therapist, are they required to have a Cobb County work permit in a
Yes.
health spa?
Anybody who's not a state licensed massage therapist must have a spa permit from the police department.
So upon determining these violations, what did your division do?
Based on the violations, this renewal for Asian Wellness Massage was denied. There was also some information from the Cobb County Police Department that led to aggravating factors, and that was a site visit from Detective Witt on November 2nd of '22. I'm sure he will testify to that. And an additional aggravating factor, there's reason for the Business License Division to believe that the ownership of this business has changed. The licensee and owner with us is the sole proprietor of the business. However, at this time, we have found that there is a Mimi Massage, Inc. with the address of 3372 Canton Road, 30066, which is the business address. She's listed as the incorporator of the entity. The 2022 Schedule C provided, our office requires that financial documentation support of the revenue be provided to the Business License Division. And the Schedule C with that revenue was listed as Mimi Massage. We have no record of Mimi Massage or the entity that was created for Mimi Massage Georgia, Inc.
So at this stage, do you know who actually owns this establishment?
No, sir. There's not been a change made to the license at all, so if it has changed, we're not aware.
But on the date of this compliance check, February 9th, 2024, who was the owner?
Mrs. Zhang, the licensee who's present today.
Ms. Webb, I'm going to hand you an exhibit that I want to offer into evidence, which I believe Mr. Lim has not objected to. This is a certified copy, Madam Chairwoman, of Chapter 78 of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances, which governs health spa establishments in the county. The code sections that Ms. Webb referenced and any other relevant code sections are found in this. This is to perfect the record in case we need it for a later appeal or petition. Is this something that you would ordinarily request in the conduct of your duties as a Business License Division Manager, Ms. Webb?
Yes, sir.
This being a certified copy of the Code of Ordinances?
Yes.
And is that the code section or chapter that governs these violations that you have detailed for us today?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to proffer that into evidence now, Madam Chairwoman. So when these violations were determined, Ms. Webb, did you notify the licensee, in this case, I believe it's Ms. Zhang, if I'm pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And how was she notified?
Of the original violations, I do believe, obviously, other than the citations, there was a hand-delivered notice to her that she and/or staff members signed for. Let me find it for you.
That's okay. And if you can speak just a little more slowly so the interpreter can understand everything we're saying.
Yes, sir. The original violation letter was hand-delivered to the establishment on April 3rd, and it was signed for by the owner and licensee.
Okay. And how about a notice for the hearing today?
The communication from the appeal forward has been with their attorney via email and/or mail.
And that attorney would be Mr. Ming Lim?
Yes.
In your experience as the Business License Division Manager, these violations that you found at Asian Wellness, is that a large number of violations? Is that something in your experience that you expect to see at an establishment like this?
Considering that they had been visited before by the police department, I do believe it was for educational purposes. There were several things they were made aware of, so considering that, I would say yes, it's more than one would expect.
That's all the questions I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank
Good,
you. Go ahead.
good afternoon, Ms. Webb.
Good afternoon.
The testimony you're giving regarding February the 9th, did you personally attend the compliance check?
I was with my staff at this location, yes.
I'm sorry?
On this day. I was with my staff at this location at the time of the compliance check.
Okay. And when you were there, were any photos taken of the logbook regarding the treatment?
There were pictures taken of a notebook with phone numbers and names.
Okay. But yet your testimony is that there was no record.
There's no record of treatment on this document.
So what is that notebook that you took a picture of?
A list of names and phone numbers, no treatment, no date.
Okay. Now, the other two counts, they are essentially the same, is that correct? Meaning that you're contending that there is an unlicensed employee, and so that employee was not listed. Is that correct?
The employee was not listed with the Business License Division, well, the county, as an employee. There was not an updated list of employees submitted to our office or to the police department.
Okay, but just to be clear, we're talking about the same person of the alleged violation that resulted in these two citations. Am I correct?
When you say the same person, are you referring to the licensee?
No. Okay, so when you, let me just break it down. Number one, when you said that the employees were not listed, which employee specifically are you contending was not listed?
There was one individual whose identification was not recorded. She stated that she was an employee there. She was there to visit. The other employee, Mrs. Lee, did possess the required health spa permit, but she was not listed with the county as an employee of Asian Wellness Massage.
Okay. The one that she says there was an employee there, does she present an ID to you?
The one who stated she was not an employee?
Whichever one that you're contending is a violation for not listing as an employee.
The young lady who did not possess a permit and that denied being an employee there, we didn't have her information.
Okay, so that's you're contending that's the unlicensed person, is that correct?
Unpermitted.
Okay, but what I'm talking about right now is you're contending that there are Are there other employees, or are you talking about that same person?
There were 2 employees or 2 persons at the business that day, one of which had a permit, one did not, the other denied being an employee of the business.
Okay. And you're contending the one that has the permit was not listed, is that correct?
Correct.
And who would that be?
Mrs. Lee, who did possess the permit, was not listed with the county as an employee. With an employee list. We require the employee list to be updated within 72 hours of a new hire.
Okay. And she stated to you personally that she's an employee of the premises?
Mrs. Lee admitted to being an employee of the premise, correct?
Okay. The other person that you're contending is unlicensed. You have an ID for her?
I don't believe she was identified. She didn't have a permit as an employee, and we do not have her identification.
All right. The next questions that I'll be asking concerns what you are contending is aggravating circumstances. Regarding the owner changed hand, how do you come to the conclusion that my client is no longer the owner of the premises?
There's reason to believe that the ownership has changed from a sole proprietor to a corporate entity, as she is the incorporator of Mimi Massage Georgia, Inc., with an address of 3372 Canton Road.
Right, but what evidence do you have for that contention?
That the corporate entity has been created for some reason at that very same location, listing 3372 Canton Road as the business address for that entity.
Okay. All right, and then the other factor, I'll wait to ask your witness in a little bit. Thank you.
Just update both of you. Mr. Lim, you have 22 minutes and 35 seconds. And Mr. Hensley, you have 19 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for this witness at this time, although I do reserve the right to recall for a rebuttal if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Hensley, I just want to see if the commissioners have any questions.
Absolutely. This would be the time.
Thank you, yes. I see, keep looking to my right. I want to defer to Commissioner Burrow since it's in her district, and then we'll go to others.
Thank you. Alicia, you said that this spa has been in business for 5 years?
I think it's been there at least 5 years. It's been there a little while.
So when they initially apply for the license with the county, they have to produce all the documents that are required for the state license and our requirements as well?
Yes,
when
ma'am.
they first start?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when they renew annually, do they have to reproduce those or on
They don't
file?
have to reproduce all of the documents that they had when they originally applied, as they're not, their background check is not checked every single renewal. But they are required to submit the renewal every year with some of the documentation swearing and affirming. But all of the documents are not submitted. Should we have reason to think that a license is expired, we can look at the Georgia Secretary of State's office to make sure they still have a license.
Okay. And I think you said this was a result of a complaint?
Yes.
Okay, so when you went out to visit, those were the violations you found that weren't in compliance?
Yes,
When
ma'am.
you went to do a site visit from the complaint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but they, in the renewal process for the previous years, was anything changed as far as the employee list or any ownership or, I mean, this was their your first awareness of violations or complaints?
So Detective Witt, so there were a few changes made to the ordinance in 2022, July of 22. So As a group effort, the police department and the business license division, the police department mostly boots on the ground trying to get this information out to these businesses, that the ordinance has changed. So there was a little bit of a grace for a while, more education than enforcement. And a few of those things are what we have talked about today as far as violations. And Detective Witt had gone out there before for educational purposes. So with this being the first official compliance check, this is what we found. So we don't have violations, record of violations before.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So referencing the complaint that came in, you said it came from another agency, so curious about which agency it came from and what the nature of the complaint was, and if it was a result of the educational visit or something separate.
The complaint came from the Attorney General's office that in a project they're working on, there was reason to believe they were operating as illicit massage business.
Understood. Okay. And then were there any prior complaints related to this business?
No.
And I'm trying to figure out the best way to ask this question. Might come back to it. And then for the unlicensed therapist, there was one that was identified or
One,
not
and
identified?
she did have a permit. She wasn't listed with us as an employee.
So there was the unlisted person, I have that. That was the not having the updated list because it didn't reflect the person who was permitted. But there was also someone who was not permitted who was working there?
She denied working there. She denied being an employee of the business.
Okay, because I have here, I'm trying to keep track of what the violations were. So I have one was no updated list filed with the county, and the evidence for that is the person who's permitted, who said that they work there, but was not on that list.
Correct.
I have a second, which is no record of treatment, and the evidence was the logbook that doesn't include any dates or treatment.
Correct.
And the third I have was the unlicensed therapist. And so I'm just trying to understand the evidence around the unlicensed therapist.
There was not an unlicensed
Okay.
therapist.
Okay, so they're not,
The unidentified person who
That was
didn't have an
for the-
employee permit, but the owner and licensee is a state licensed massage therapist.
okay, so there are really two main
Related.
violations that we're
Yes.
looking at, okay. And this may be a part of a separate testimony, so you tell me, but in your dealings or the aftermath of these findings, has there been any effort to fix or address these violations?
We have not been out there.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, really for clarification. So for Ms. Zhang, she's noted as one of the owners of Asian Wellness Massage,
Yes.
and she's also the owner of Mimi Massage.
She is listed as the sole proprietor at Asian Wellness Massage with my office. That's how the business is listed on record. We have found that there is a corporate entity that she is the incorporator of with that same address.
Okay, and that would be the Mimi Massage,
Yes, ma'am.
to which it appears that she's also the sole proprietor of that one as well?
She is the incorporator. I believe she is the sole proprietor of that entity, yes.
Okay. And just kind of going through this, if you can confirm, was she one of the unlicensed employees?
Ask me that question again, I'm sorry.
Was she one of the unlicensed employees? I have some notes here, but I can't make out my handwriting.
The owner and licensee is a state licensed massage therapist.
Okay.
She was not one that was not licensed.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can you repeat that? Is she a licensed massage therapist or not?
The owner,
The owner was, the sole.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Thank you. Commissioner Broughton?
does she own other spas with the corporate name, or, because they're both listed at the Canton Road address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Both business license?
So with my office is listed as a sole proprietor, no corporate entity at all. But with the renewal this year, we found there's a Mimi Massage Georgia Inc., where she is listed as the registered agent and the incorporator at 3372 Canton Road. The reason behind the suspicion that it has in fact changed from person as an individual to a corporate entity is the entity has been created. It is operating with the Schedule C document provided to our office for the revenue. The business name is Mimi Massage with the address of 3372 Canton Road. So do we have Asian Massage or do we have Mimi Massage?
Okay, but is 3372 Canton Road the only location
That I'm
by
aware
the
of.
same owner?
That I am aware of. This is the only one that she owns.
Okay.
If she has in other jurisdictions, I don't know.
Okay. But could she have the corporation residing there too as an office, or, and the spa, and be owner of both? If
The
that's how
business
it's-
address listed on her taxes is 3372 Canton Road.
For
which
the
makes me-
corporate.
That is the address for the Mimi Massage.
Okay.
Commissioner Gamble, do you have any questions?
So the one employee that had a license but was not recorded to be an employee there,
Yes.
I'm assuming they weren't recorded as an employee of Asian Wellness Massage with the
Correct.
county?
Yes.
Were they recorded with the Mimi, the incorporated one?
No.
So for the incorporated business, do they have any employees registered with the county?
Mimi Massage is not registered with the county at all.
Okay, thank you.
Just in follow-up, and for clarification, when a business registers with you and they're a sole proprietor, are they registering under that business name or under their individual name, since?
The individual name with
the
the business of Asian Wellness. So it would have been listed with her name, doing business as Asian Wellness.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Okay. give me one-
Alicia,
one more.
also, is there a date associated with the Secretary of State for Mimi Massage?
The date of formation and registration was January the 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Is what this one states. Date of formation and the registration date.
Say that again?
Mimi Massage Georgia Inc., the business active compliance. The date of registration was January the 22nd of 2024.
I have a question of clarification for you, Attorney Rowland. As the business's representative raised their hand perhaps to ask a question, I don't know when is the appropriate time for that.
I mean, if he has an objection, maybe an inquiry like that, I think that'd be appropriate. Yeah.
I did not realize that this started with some kind of complaint from the AG's office until after I got completed with my questions. So now that I know that, I want to ask a couple of questions follow up to that issue, if I may.
I think that would probably be allowed. We'll allow the board to continue with their questioning, and then we'll give you the opportunity to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we still have some more questions, and then we'll come to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Gamble, or was it you, Commissioner Richardson? Go ahead.
And I just for clarification's sake, it's a lot of different pieces here. So the incorporation of the second company, the corporation, came January 22nd of 2024. And that's the one you also have a Schedule C, a copy of the Schedule C for already?
For 2022.
I'm less clear now than before I asked the question.
So when we requested the financial documents, the financial support to, for evidence of the revenue of the business, when we received it is when we realized these pieces didn't match because it states Mimi Massage at this business address.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's okay.
No, I want you to finish because, yeah.
So that was the first piece, is that we realized there was a Mimi Massage. This is their document. This is what they provided to our office as their evidence of the revenue generated at this business. And that was the first reason for question. Why does this say
Okay.
Mimi Massage? And it was in 2022. So I don't know if they had this name over here before they did their corporation, but this is where the pieces got disjointed on what is actually at this address.
And it even infers to some degree a DBA if it's this, we don't know, right?
Right.
But some interrogation there for clarity because it's.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll hear from you, Counsel.
Ms. Webb, you had indicated earlier that this compliance check started with a complaint from the Attorney General's office regarding illicit massage practices. During your compliance check, you didn't find any evidence of that. Is that correct?
We did not. There was no evidence of that while we were there.
Okay. And you are aware that there are sometimes in competitions among massage stores that people report each other?
That has not been my experience.
Okay. But there are instances when you did find evidence to support those kind of complaints, it would go further toward that kind of investigation. Is that correct? In other words, there are massage stores that your office have investigated that shows indications that supports that, and your office would take those kind of actions, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect. Madam Chairwoman. Ms. Webb, it was mentioned that you were aware of an earlier compliance check at this location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when that took place?
Do you believe that Detective Witt was out there in, let me see, I think it was in November of 22 was the visit from Detective Witt updating the business on the ordinance changes, and he found some things while he was there that wouldn't have exactly been in compliance.
And what were you informed, if anything, that had transpired at this establishment at that compliance check?
Let me see the letter. It specifies exactly his visit.
I'll rephrase. What did you do with the information that you were given about that compliance check, if anything?
I kept it on file as the intention, again, was more of education than enforcement when the code changed. Again, that was in July, and Detective Witt went out on November 2nd of 2022. And he obviously is here to testify to his visit. While he was there, he found some violations and some other things to be of concern, but like I said, he can testify to that directly.
Okay. So just to clarify so that I'm clear, the violations that we have talked about that you personally were involved in uncovering at this location were, number one, record of treatment, which included what?
The document that we took a photo of is a list of names and phone numbers. That's it.
And what else is supposed to be on that document?
There should be the date of the service provider, and the service that was provided.
So the type of massage, in other words, that was administered.
Yes.
And that was not on that record.
No, sir.
In addition, it was found that there was an employee who had neither a massage therapy license from the state of Georgia nor a work permit from Cobb County. Is that correct?
The person who was unidentified had neither of those things.
Why were they not identified?
She said she was there for a visit and she was not working at the establishment. So we don't have. We can't force her, I guess is what I'm saying. She denied being an employee there, and we did not have her identification. At least I didn't. I'm not sure if law enforcement did, but I don't think so.
I understand. And finally, you have evidence that there has been a change of ownership at this location. Is that correct?
There appears to have been a change of ownership of this business from a sole proprietor to a corporate entity. Yes, sir.
And was that determination made by any information that was given to you by the licensee, Ms. Zhang?
Yes, the financial document was provided by the business, which lists the Mimi Massage.
Why were those financial documents provided to you?
We require each business in the county to provide to us financial support of the revenue that they are listing for their occupation tax.
Is that part of their renewal application?
Yes.
So in the documents that she provided to you, there was mention of this Mimi Massage Incorporated or LLC, whichever it is.
Yes.
That's all I have, Madam Chairwoman. I have no further questions unless the board does.
We do have one more.
Ms. Webb, the employee that would not identify themselves to you, what made you believe they were an employee?
Her presence there, and I don't want to say her behavior, but it appeared that she did work there. There was no customers on site at the time. There was no massage therapy happening at the time.
And if I recall from previous hearings, that even though you have massage therapists, you have to have a receptionist to greet people, correct?
We don't require that, but obviously there should be someone in the lobby because the front door shouldn't be locked. There should be a greeter somewhere. That's not an ordinance requirement, but.
It's not, okay, but usually it's standard to have 2 employees on site with this type of business.
Most of the time, yes.
Most of the time. Thank you.
Okay. You can proceed, Attorney Hempson.
Thank you. You may step down, Ms. Webb. I'd like to call Detective Bruce Witt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Mr. Hensley, I'm sorry, and just confirm that he was one of the ones that were sworn in as well. If you don't.
Yes, he was. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Bruce Witt.
And what is your occupation, Detective Witt?
I'm a detective at Cobb County Police Department.
And what are your duties as far as your employment with the Cobb County Police Department?
I'm assigned to regulatory services, so I help regulate the alcohol and health spa ordinances of the county.
And how long have you been in that position?
A little over 6 years.
And are you familiar with the establishment we've been discussing today known as Asian Wellness Massage?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
Back in 2022, November 2nd, I visited the business after the new ordinance had passed that summer. I was going around to several businesses and doing compliance checks and making sure they're aware of the new ordinance.
And what did the new ordinance say? If you can briefly summarize what it was you were trying to impart to these business owners.
Well, there was an ordinance already in place that required several things that we've discussed today. For instance, record of treatments was there prior to, but some of the things that were added was the employees had to have permits to work there. that weren't licensed massage therapists. There was stuff included, no locks on the doors, no regular beds. They had to have massage beds. There were several things that were changed, and then also part of the things that was added was that they could be brought in front of a license review board for a hearing if they were in violation.
So at this compliance check, what did you find at the business?
When I walked into the business, there were 3 people working that day. The owner, Ms. Zhang, there was also Ms. Du and a Ms. Yan working that day. I had trouble communicating with them because there was a language barrier, so I called Language Line. That's one of the services, that was a service that the police department used at that time to help translate. So I had my phone and there was translating back and forth between them. When I was speaking to them, some things concerned me about the business, and there were several violations that I noticed. There was the record of treatments, as Ms. Webb had described. It's supposed to have several things in it: the date, the type of service provided, the person that provided the service, and the customer. That they did not have that.
Now, let me interrupt you just for a second. Was that a requirement of the existing ordinance or the new provisions?
That was existing.
Okay.
The 2 employees that were there, they were not listed as employees with the county, which was existing. They did not have permits, which was new. Upon looking in the business, there were locks on the doors, which was new. There was a twin-size mattress in the back that appeared that somebody had been sleeping in it, which was new, not having a bed there. And even to this day, when I go into a business and there's maybe 1 or 2 things that are not egregious, I say, hey, get this taken care of. Let's fix this. But when I start seeing stacked up things, and some of the things I found that day were things that caused me some concern. Those things were, there were several large suitcases in the back. There were clothes hanging up. There was abundance of food in the fridge. There were hot plates for cooking full meals. So it appeared to me that somebody was living there. And that is, that's indicative of, in my experience, something that goes along with either human trafficking or illicit massage business, or both. So that was a big concern to me.
But were those activities a violation of the old ordinance or the new ordinance?
Those activities, having the clothing and stuff, well, they're not allowed to have anybody staying there overnight as part of the new ordinance, but you can't have anybody residing in a business existing anyways.
Okay. Did you issue any citations as a result of what you found?
Yes, I did. I issued 5 citations that day, 1 for the record of treatments, the list of employees, not having ordinary beds because it appeared somebody was living there, and to the 2 people that were there for not having permits.
Now, the violations of the new ordinance provisions.
Correct.
You were educating, as you said, to use your word, these establishment owners about the new ordinance provisions. But were they presumed to know about these already?
They should have, yes.
Okay. How were they supposed to know about the new ordinance provisions?
A couple ways. First, there was a public hearing. Secondly, after it had been codified, I sent out an email to all the businesses in Cobb County that were health spas at their email address that they provided on their business license application, notifying them that there were new ordinance requirements and a copy of the new ordinances.
When was that email sent out?
That was sent out in July of 2022.
And this compliance check took place?
In November 2nd of 2022.
Okay. So these establishment owners were not necessarily waiting to be informed by you personally about their new responsibilities, correct?
They shouldn't have been waiting for me. We had taken the avenues necessary to try and inform everybody.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Officer Witt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of the 5 citations that you issued in November of 2022, how many of those were based on new ordinance?
3 of them.
Okay. And the job that you do, you also check on compliance for alcohol stores, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your experience of having those stores that have violations, do you guys shut them down?
It depends on how many times they're in violation.
Okay.
We have in the past.
All right. So how many alcohol stores have y'all shut them down based on 2 violations?
I'm going to object, Mr. County Attorney, Madam Chairwoman. We're not discussing alcohol licenses today. These are health spa licenses, so relevance is not here.
Madam I don't know, can I respond?
Sure, you can respond.
Madam Chairman, what I'm trying to understand is that although we all know that alcohol is a different product, but what I'm trying to accomplish through my whole line of questioning is the idea is the same, and that is if there are infractors, whether it's alcohol, whether it's a massage store or something else, there are ways to deal with it, and it does not require, and it seems to me that usually with these kind of things, you cite and you have penalties, you don't close them down. And that's the only reason why I went there.
Okay, thank you. That's clear.
And
Excuse me. Okay, you wanted to continue to? You're
continue?
continuing your explanation?
No, that was all the explanation.
Okay, thank you. Just want to confer with our county attorney.
I would recommend to the board that there's specifically in our code says that no evidence shall be presented which is not relevant to the charges. However, I think the analogy that he's trying to make actually goes to the penalty which one can receive, but the penalty is also included in our statute. I would give him a short window to be able to try to, but not long.
Opportunity.
So, and it's counting against his time, so
Okay.
he understands that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, regarding the food that you said was in the fridge, what size fridge are you talking about?
It was a full-size refrigerator, one that you would find at a house.
Okay, and it has food in there. Like, is there anything that you did not expect to have in there?
Usually when I inspect businesses and I find food in the fridge, it's a very small amount, or there's lunch bags or something else. It's usually not raw meat or fish or anything that takes an extended time to cook, or large amounts of it. Usually it's a little amount or small amounts of food, unless of course the business has 20 employees, then I'll find a large amount of food in the refrigerator. But with 1 employee listed, which is the licensee and owner for the business, and then 2 that were not listed, so only 3 people, I wouldn't expect an abundance of food that I saw there.
So were you seeing food in the freezer, or are you talking about food, meat in the, not the freezer part?
Not in the freezer, in the refrigerator part.
Okay.
As well as there was hot pots and things for cooking.
All right. But if an employee wants to save money and not go out to eat, they can cook and eat in the store, right?
Absolutely, but usually you cook your food at home and bring it to work with you, not take a whole bunch of raw meat and cook it at work.
Okay. But you don't have a law and ordinance that say that they have to cook food at home, though?
No, absolutely not. But
Okay.
that, along with other things that I saw there, led me to believe that it looked like somebody was living there.
Okay. And I mean, I've been here long enough to know that, when I go to work in our society, most of us go out to eat, but you have been in with other cultures where some people just prefer to cook instead of go out to eat, right?
Absolutely, but like I said, most people cook at home and they bring their food from home to work with them.
Okay.
Usually in a Tupperware or something.
All right. And you went to educate them on this new ordinance requirement. So for example, you say, hey, in the past, we did not prohibit you to have mattress. Now you cannot have mattress. And during the compliance check in February, there's no mattress there, right?
When I went to go check, there was a mattress there, yes. There was a twin-size bed mattress that looked like somebody had been sleeping in it.
Are you talking about the February check?
I wasn't at the February check.
No, okay. All right, I guess maybe I asked the wrong person. Okay, all right. But what I'm saying is, when you went to educate them in November, you found a mattress. But is it your understanding that during the February check, there was no mattress there?
I don't know if there was or not.
Okay,
I wasn't there,
okay.
I didn't check it.
All right. May I have one moment?
Okay.
Oh, 这个是11月，这个是11月。哦，这个不是 ，OK. All right, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Madam Chairwoman, and I have no other witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Yeah, Commissioner Richardson, and then Sheffield.
I do need some clarification. So, sorry, I think that's the theme for this hearing. How many times did you go to visit this location?
I only went there once. I went there in November of 2022.
Okay, and so when you referenced the three violations that were associated with the new ordinance that you saw, that's not indicative of the citations that came about. It's also not necessarily indicative as well of the things that aren't in our code, but that cause you some concern. I'm just trying to be clear.
Correct. There were things in there that caused me concern, like I mentioned, the bed, the abundance of clothing, the stuff in the refrigerator. That's what all caused me concern. And then when interviewing them, I had more concern.
Okay, and then you also mentioned that the new ordinance requires that no one can stay overnight, or is that a forever perpetuity thing?
Well,
Like,
the new ordinance, it has parameters of when people are allowed to be in the business. Yes, so after a certain time at night, they're not allowed to be there.
Okay. And so when you visited, though, that wasn't necessarily, that was something that caused you concern, but it wasn't necessarily it would have been a violation of the new ordinance?
Yes, it was
Okay.
a violation at the time when I went, yes.
Great. Thank you. I think those are all the actual fact questions I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
ask you. Thank you.
Just for clarification on the citations, you said 3 were based on the new ordinances. Can you just outline those 3 for us for clarification?
Yes, ma'am. It was, 2 of them were for the employees that did not have permits to work. So there was no record of them with the county, nor did they come and get a permit to work in our to work at that establishment from our office. And the second one was having a bed in the establishment that's not a massage bed.
Okay, and the third, you mentioned that.
Those were the 3. There were 2 employees, so there was one
2
citation
employees,
for
okay.
each. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just going back to the area where it appears that someone is sleeping there.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that it was at the back of I guess, the shop?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just share with us the proximity from that location to the service area, and whether or not there's any type of wall or partition to separate this room from the area? Because I'm just a little curious, if they're cooking there, I would imagine that, they wouldn't necessarily want their customers to smell dinner, or perhaps it's after hours, I don't know, which sounds like that may be another violation. But if you can just share with us the proximity and the location from the bed to the service area.
Yes, ma'am. When you walk into the front door, there's a small room when you walk in with 2 beds in it. Then there's a counter. If you go around to the left, there's a hallway with, I believe there's 2 more rooms. I think I'm correct, there's 2 more rooms there. After that last wall, there was a small space with a curtain across it. There was a twin-size bed in there. Further in the back is where the kitchen area is. I guess you can call it that, because that's where there's some cooking things in there. There's also the refrigerator in there. Now, in the back, there were several pairs of shoes there. There were suitcases under the bed. There were suitcases in the back, and there was a bunch of clothes hanging up in the back also. Now, they're right against the last wall that's used for massage.
Okay. So for the kitchen area, because in my mind, I'm thinking it's more of a break area, but you're describing it that it's more of an apartment type of setup?
It's a small room, and it has surfaces where there was like hot pots on, and there's like personal stuff, and then there's like a little alcove where there's clothes hanging up. Now, if you walk back in that area, there's no closet or anything or any door that to close off. It's just an open area in the back, but you can't see it from the front of the business. If you walk down to the end of the hall and you take, I would say, 3 steps past the end of the hallway where the massage rooms are, then you would see the rest of that, with the exception of the curtain. If you move the curtain back, then you
Okay.
see the bed with the other suitcases.
Okay, but it did not appear to be an employee break room?
No, it appeared somebody was living there, not just a break room.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
was it.
Are there any other additional questions?
I think you said you issued 5 citations that day.
Yes, ma'am.
So the 3 that you mentioned, the 2 employees that did not have work permits and the mattress,
Correct.
those were under the new ordinance or
The-
existing?
Those 3 were the new ordinance,
Okay.
and the two for the work permit were given to the employees that didn't have the work permit. The other one was given to the owner, Ms. Zhang. And then she had 2 additional ones, which was record of treatments and list of employees with the county. And I explained the ordinance to her at that time, that this has been there, and that I told her that I'd emailed it to her also.
Okay. But those were the 2 existing
Yes, ma'am.
ordinances that were not in compliance?
Correct.
Okay, and then once you make that visit and issue those violations, is there a cure period for when they have to come into compliance and get rid of these or get their work permit, or do we follow up?
They're
or-
supposed to be in compliance that next day. So to be open, they have to have all these things in place. With the exception of the new employees, they have 72 hours to list any new employees.
Okay, and
But-
did they do that?
I didn't get a chance to go back. I had other things that took me away from that business at the time.
Okay. So you weren't there in February when the complaint came in from the Attorney General's office and we went back out. I guess Alicia Webb, we could ask her if those were, well, she's already testified there were some of the same
Yes, ma'am.
infractions.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I guess they weren't corrected from your November.
That's correct. Some of the
Okay.
same things that they were cited for were the exact same things that I cited them for, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have some follow-up questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You stated in your initial remarks you were at the site for compliance and education.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. However, you've also provided that even though you were educating about some new provisions, they were responsible for being aware of those new provisions and having them in place.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So as you are assessing compliance, you are assessing compliance based on the law to date at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am. And I still do the same thing to this day.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, last week I was at an establishment that had, they hadn't reported their employees with the county. However, everything else was in place. They had a permit for them. Everything else was fine. And I said, hey, get this taken care of. I documented that I went out there. I documented that I gave them a warning, hey, get this taken care of. If it's one violation, I do it the same as I do with alcohol businesses. I will go out and say, hey, you need to get this taken care of and give them an opportunity to take it care of. If
Okay.
they have 3, 4, 5 violations, now we start having a problem.
Okay, and that's gonna be my next question based on that. So in that last example that you provided, they were given a warning, everything else looked like it was compliant.
Correct.
But here, you just noticed that there were a number of things that were not in compliance, and therefore, in your discretion, it warranted providing a violation for that new code?
Yeah, especially after interviewing the 2 ladies there, some of the things that they had said to me when I was interviewing was very alarming to me and didn't make sense.
Can you expound on that?
Sure. One, I was asking who was living there because it appeared that somebody was. One of the employees had a California ID on. She had a California ID, and so I asked her where she's living. And she said she lives in California. And I said, well, you don't commute to work here every day from California. She says she has a place in California, and she pays $500 a month there. I asked her how much she made at this place because she said she only did cleaning. She told me she makes $1,000 a month. And I said, well, where do you live? She said she lived with the owner, and she pays her $10 a day to live there. And I was like, well,
Okay.
that doesn't sound like it makes sense to me.
Okay.
And so I believe that she was actually living in the back of the place and not with the owner, and probably paying $10 a day because that's what I've seen at multiple places. $10 a day is a regular amount that they're paying to live in the back of a massage establishment.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
How do y'all want me to do this?
Yes, certainly. You have 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Mr. Hensley, you're down to 9.5 minutes.
But location-wise, how do you want me to?
Up, yeah.
Excuse me, as they're getting settled, I need to take a 2-minute break. This meeting is running long, and I just want to talk to someone here for my next.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting this July 9th, 2024. We are in the middle of an appeal hearing with respect to Asian Wellness Massage, and we will resume with hearing from the attorney representing the license board.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Since I have a few minutes left, I do want to recall Alicia Webb for a couple of follow-up rebuttal questions.
Okay.
Ms. Webb, there's been testimony that the compliance check that was conducted at the establishment that is at issue today was based on a complaint from another agency. What was that agency again?
The Attorney General's office.
And what was the nature of that complaint?
That there had been ads on different websites that are typically used for the advertisement of illicit massage.
Of illicit massage?
Such as rubmaps.com, Sex Guide USA. There's several of them, but I think this one was rubmaps.com.
Okay. And secondly, Ms. Webb, you mentioned a couple of employees or persons on the premises when you visited there. What was their behavior like when you got there?
The two young ladies, the one who was identified with the permit and the other young lady who didn't identify herself, they were both on their way to run out the back door when we got there. And law enforcement went back there and told them to come back. They were what appeared to be cutting a pineapple with a meat cleaver. But they were going out the back door when law enforcement asked them to come back in the building.
Was this after you identified yourself?
Business license. It was before we even got to the back of the hallway.
And did the police officers identify themselves before they allegedly ran out the back door or tried to?
Yes, that we were there for compliance check, yes.
Okay. Were the police officers in uniform to your recollection?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. That's all I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Ms. Webb, I have a couple of questions regarding what you just testified about. So you said that these two people, in your word, were trying to run out the back door. Now, did you ask them if they were here legally or not?
I did not ask those questions. There was a group of us, law enforcement and business license. I do recall someone asking them that, but I did not.
Okay. And do you know whether or not they were here legally?
The unidentified young lady, I do not know. The other young lady who holds a permit, I would assume so, since she has a permit to be here.
So is your contention that you're reading into that, that they are doing something illegal?
My reading into that is that, for whatever reason, they didn't want to be identified.
So if somebody does not want to be involved with law enforcement, that necessarily means that they were doing something illegal for this store?
I didn't say that they were doing anything illegal at this store. I said it appeared they didn't want to be identified.
But it sounds to me like that's where you're going with your information, right?
Okay. I think that's been asked and answered.
Okay. All right, that's all then.
Okay. Yes. Commissioners, do you have any questions? I have some questions. It's from the beginning of your testimony, and perhaps it wasn't clear to me. I think you provided there were some websites that there was advertisement on.
That was the complaint that we received from the Attorney General's office, yes.
I see.
That's what initiated this, and then it was determined that they were cited in 22 based on the things that Detective Witt found then.
Okay, so if I can run through somewhat of a crude timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
The state found some information that gave them cause for concern at some point, they reached out to Cobb County's Business Licensing Division, and that prompted the initial contact regarding this matter from the Business License Office through the investigator that testified, Officer DeWitt, if I got the title correct. I'm sorry if I didn't get your title, Investigator DeWitt, but that prompted that initial contact.
Yes, we got the complaint and/or concern from the Attorney General's office, which initiated the investigation. By my office, we contacted law enforcement to go out with us.
Okay, so I have two dates in front of me. I have November 2nd and I have February 9th.
Yes.
And I perceived that DeWitt's initial contact was on that November 2nd?
And of 22, yes.
Of 22. But there is another contact from the AG's office. Did that precede November 2nd?
So we were kind of working backwards on this. So when we received the complaint or concern from the Attorney General's office, that's what initiated this. So in the Business License Division's portion of this, we asked them to go out with us in February. And as we researched this business backwards, the 2022 citations were found.
I see. Okay, so that's the visit on February 9th.
Was with us, yes.
And 2030.
Yes. Of 24, February of 24.
Oh, 24, okay.
And that was the result of the Attorney General's complaint,
Yes.
the February 9th visit. And that's when you found out they had violations from, I believe it's Detective Witt, correct?
Yes.
Okay, in November 2nd, 22.
Of 22. In our investigation, all of that was compiled.
Okay. After the findings, well, let me back up. I think when you initially testified, you were testifying to findings that took place on on February 9th.
Yes.
Okay, so we're working backwards too.
Yes.
Even though we heard from DeWitt afterwards. And that's when you found citations pertaining to the employees on site or the persons on site. There were questions with respect to the work permit,
Yes.
but there was not necessarily a question with respect to the sole proprietor.
At that moment, no, while we were there,
Okay.
with the sole proprietor, with the owner and licensee, there wasn't.
And the sole proprietor is the one that has the state massage.
She is a state licensed massage
Massage therapist. However, you did observe that the sole proprietor is operating under a different business name other than the one that you had on file.
It appears that way.
And that was found on February 9th?
I don't know exactly what date we found that
Okay.
in
No
our
worries.
investigation.
Again, I'm just trying to make sense of what I have in front of me here. But the citations on February 9th pertained to what again, if you can clarify, the work permits for those on site and anything else, Alicia?
So the owner and licensee, Mrs. Zhang, was cited for licensee and designee must ensure that all employees that do not possess a state license have a work permit.
Okay.
And then record of treatment was not on the premise.
Record of treatment.
And then the list of employees to be filed with the county within 72 hours.
That's, okay.
Those were on February the 9th.
Okay. During the time that you were there, let me ask another question. We received information from the state with respect to possible activity that's just prompting a general compliance check. Any evidence towards something that substantiated the concerns of the state, would that be addressed during this compliance check? Or
It would
that
have,
be
had we found anything that would have led us to believe that. I don't recall suitcases. I do not recall a bed. But there was a lot of food. It is a full-size refrigerator. There are cooking appliances. But I did not see, while we were there, a bed or suitcases or anything.
Okay. At the time of that second visit, did you have information about the November 2nd
I don't know if I had gathered that yet or not when we went out there.
I was going to ask, did you perceive that you should be looking for those other things that substantiated concerns on November 2nd? Because you stated you didn't see a bed, you didn't see those other things. I don't know if that came to your attention prior to that visit or after.
I don't recall if it was before or after during
Okay.
this whole pulling everything together.
Okay.
There was nothing there that led me to believe, well, I didn't see a bed.
Okay. So then what we have here before us today then are the administrative violations, the violations associated with the license of the business, with the persons on hand not having the proper paperwork. All right,
Yes.
look at this. Let's see here. Yes, I'm looking for a work permit, one who did not possess a county health spa permit, which could be associated with the business name, and then the record of treatment matter,
Yes.
right? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Yes.
And you may have answered this, but for the AG's complaint that they sent over where they found some interesting placement in the interwebs, was it referring to the business's name now or the business, because there were the two names prior?
Asian Wellness Massage, I believe, was what was listed on the
Okay.
site.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to have that as a note.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble?
And just to follow up, on February 9th, when they were cited because the employees were not recorded with the county, they have 72 hours to get them recorded.
Yes.
Did they record those employees with the county within those 72 hours?
I do not believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any additional questions, Commissioners? Okay, thank you. Sir, you may continue.
Asking her?
I believe we are now at your portion, are we not, of this hearing? Yeah, so I don't know whether or not you want to call witnesses at this time or continue to, or I believe Attorney Hemsley, I'm trying to go back in time. Attorney Hemsley, you called up Ms. Webb for clarification, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any questions for Ms. Webb?
Just one. Can I see the complaint from the AG's office?
I don't have the printed complaint in this file.
Was it a written or someone telephone or what?
We spoke about it verbally, the concerns.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We spoke about it verbally, the concern.
Spoke, is that what you said? Okay. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, I believe you're at.
Yes, I'll
liberty to
call my
go.
witness
Yes,
now.
thank you.
And you want her to go to the podium? Okay. So, ma'am, given the time constraint, I'm just going to cut to the chase. What's your name?
这你叫什么名字？
林霞章。
林霞章。
Can you tell the board the events regarding February the 9th compliance check concerning specifically the alleged employee that was not listed?
你能不能告诉我们，就是说关于这个2024年2月9号的这个合规的检查呀，具体就是说关于这个员工没有报备的这件事情，你能不能讲一下？
我说中文，你说英文，
对
是吧？
对。
就是告诉他们，店里是那天是正好是春节，有一个女孩有 permit 有工作证，在我那工作，有一个女孩是来找他玩的。
Okay, that day it was the Spring Festival or Chinese New Year, and at the store there was one female who had a working permit, and she had a visitor who was there as well.
Okay, so my question is, the one that has a license, why was she not listed as an employee?
那就是说，这个有执照的这个人为什么没有就是报备，没有列到你们的名单上作为员工呢？
因为我们店里头有几个就在我们工作那个人儿已经生病了，我临时找的人来这做了1星期。他在1月27号办的 permit， 是2月4号在我这工作的，就工作这个女孩生病了，他们来劝。再说我们这种工作换人非常频繁。
OK， 他工作了1个星期，对吧？哈，
没有1星期，就是4天，就是4天。
4天。OK， because at that time one of our employee was sick, so this person who received her permit on the 27th of January and started to work at my place at February 4th. And she worked there for about 4 days. And the thing is that the truth is the turnover of our employees is very high.
The questioning about the person was unidentified. Was that so? Was she not identified, or did she produce her ID to law enforcement?
就是那个没有没有被问出名字的那个人，他当时有没有把他的证件交给那个执法人员？
交了，我谈话了将近40分钟，但是谈的什么我不知道。
She did turn over her identification, and they talked for close to 40 minutes. But as to what they talked, I do not know.
在外边谈的。
They talked outside.
The record keeping, they indicated that the record only had some information, but not the date and the type of service. Why was that so?
就是你们的这个记录上的有一些信息，但是没有日期，也没有就是所提供的服务项目，为什么是这个样子？
因为他们康体就只是告诉我们，客人登记没有准确的标准让我们写什么。当时我们就是记得客人的名字和客人的电话号码。
Because the county required us to register the customers, but there was no clear guideline as to or standard way of recording those information. So we just took down the name and the telephone number.
But you do now understand that the written ordinance has certain wordings regarding dates and types of services, correct?
你现在明白，就是法规里头规定说，还有就是说服务的项目，还有日期也都要有。你现在明白这件事情，对不对
？Yes， 是的。
Yes.
Now, regarding the ownership of this store, when did you came into own this store?
这关于这个店的就是拥有的这个是谁拥有哈？你是什么时候拥有这家店的
？2020年。
2020.
Since 2020, has the store been sold to anybody else?
从2020年以来，这家店有没有卖给任何人过？
没有。
No.
Have you received money from any other person? From any other third person for this store?
你有没有用这个店从任何第三方那里头有收到钱，就是用这家店？
没有。
No.
What's up with this Mimi massage?
I'm sorry, Counsel.
There's a reference to Mimi massage. So what is that in relations to what her ownership is?
OK， 那么关于这个 Mimi massage， 就是说是个什么样的情况？你在那儿的拥有身份是个什么身份？
是我自己的店。
是你自己的店还是你的公司？
我的店。
The Mimi massage.
Yeah.
Mimi massage is a store of my own.
哦，等一会儿。
Wait.
秘密massage 就是我刚申请的时候是我和我老公一起的名字。
Mimi Massage, when I applied for it, it was with both my name and my husband's name.
So I guess my question is, has there been a change of ownership in this store since 2020?
我的问题要问的是哈，就是自2020年以来，你这个店的这个拥有权有没有改变过？
没有。
No.
I want to direct your attention now to the events that occur during the November 2022 compliance check. Specifically, inferences were made regarding the size of the refrigerator and the food there, and someone living there. What's the situation regarding those circumstances?
现在呢，我们来谈就是2022年的这个11月的那次合规检查哈，就是说呢，当时提到说，看到说是冰箱里头有食物，好像是有人住在那儿。
没有。
关于这个是到底是个什么情况？
冰箱里的食物我们每一天都是那么多，因为有一些东西吧，我家里放不下了，我会放店里一些。有的时候那个我们需要做饭吧，我们中国人都需要自己做饭自己吃，就是有的时候或可能是做一些饭吃。还有就是床的问题。
等一下。For the food in the fridge, it just sometimes I have more food than my home's refrigerator could hold, so I'll just leave them in that refrigerator. Also, it's a habit of us Chinese to cook our own food instead of buying from the outside. 你还有什么要说的？
他不说那个床吗？
他倒没问你床，你要。
那不说了。
Okay. There were descriptions of large suitcases. What was that all about?
还有就是提到说有很多的那个大的这个旅行箱啊，那个行李就是那个 suitcases 行李箱啊什么的。
那都是垃圾。
啊？
那都是垃圾。
Those were all trash.
Trash? What do you mean?
什么意思？为什么？
就是准备要扔掉的。
Those were about to be thrown out.
坏的箱子。
Those were broken suitcases.
Did Officer Witt question you about those suitcases at that time?
当时的话，这个Witt 这个警官呢，关于这些箱子有没有问您问题呢？
问了是不是需要的？我说不需要的。
Yes, I was asked whether those were needed. I said those were not needed.
Now, regarding the email that Officer Witt stated that he sent to you regarding the change of the ordinances, did you receive that email?
那个 Witt 警官哈说他有发电邮给大家，就是关于这个县的这个法令的改变。那么那个电邮你有收到没有呢？
收到了，但是我不懂英语，看不懂。
I received it. However, I could not read English. I'm unable to read it. I was unable to read it.
But nevertheless, when you were told about these violations, you accepted the responsibilities for it, right?
但是的话，就是他告诉你说你有违规的行为的时候，你当时就是说表示说你会为这件事情负责，这你有接受这个责任，对吧？
对。
That's right.
That's all the questions I have at this time. I may have some later, but that's all.
这就目前的你的律师的全部问题就在这儿。
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Yes.
I'm Sam Hensley.
Thank you.
他是Sam Hensley。
I just have a couple of questions regarding Mimi Massage and Asian Wellness Massage.
它就是有几个问题，还是关于这个 Mimi Massage 还有这个 Asian Wellness Massage 的几个问题。
When you submitted your renewal application for 2024, what did you tell the Business License Division was the name of your massage business?
你在就是2024年去做你的要做你的那个延续的话，你的执照的延续的时候，你就是提文件给这个县里的这个就是营业执照的这个处给他们提文件的，你当时是说是用的哪个名字？
秘密 massage。
I used the Mimi Massage.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I used the Mimi Massage.
I'm going to hand you, and I have the consent of the other attorney, an employee list for 2024. And if you can help her read this, up at the top, it says business name,
就是最早这个地方就是这个生意的名字。
对。
Mimi Massage LLC.
然后这上面有写 Mimi Massage LLC。
Yes.
Down here, where it says print the name of the business, what does it say?
然后呢，你下面他让你工整写出你的这个生意的名字的话，这儿写的是什么？
这是我店的名字。
This is my store's name.
Okay. What's the difference between your store and your spa business?
就是你的这个三温暖生意和你的这个店的区别在哪儿？
区别就是在我刚买这个店的时候，它的店的名字就是叫 Asian Wellness Massage， 但是我得自己起我自己的公司名字，我就起个秘密 massage。
The difference is that when I bought the business, the store, the business came with a name, Asian Wellness Massage. However, when I named my own company, I named it Mimi Massage.
So is Asian Wellness Massage a doing business as, or is Mimi Massage LLC doing business as Asian Wellness Massage?
那么是不是说是 Mimi Massage 用 Asian Wellness Massage 的名义在做生意呢？还是说是反过来？是怎么回事？
这个应该是秘密 massage。
用 Asian 用
秘密 massage。
不是，然后呢 ？Mimi Massage 怎么了？
秘密 massage 公司嘛，这是我自己的起出的法人嘛。
Mimi Massage Company is a corporation that I formed.
I understand that. What is the relationship between Mimi Massage and Asian Wellness Massage?
我明白。那么关键就是说，在这个 Mimi Massage 和 Asian Wellness Massage 之间是个什么关系？
是什么关系？是同一个同时的吗？一个名称，一个公司的名字。
It's the same thing. It's at the same time. One is just a name. Another is the company's name.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. We do have some questions from the board. I'll start with Commissioner Burrow.
What is your registered name with the state for that location at 3372 Canton Road? How are you registered with the state for your state license at that location?
在你的那个地点，你的州的执照上用的是什么名字
秘密 massage。
？Mimi Massage.
But for our business license division, you're registered still as Asian Wellness on your renewal?
就是在你们的这个在我们的这个县里头的这个就是商业执照的这个地方，你是要的写的是就是 Asian Wellness Massage 的那个的延期，对吗
No， 秘密 massage 的延期。
？No, it's a renewal of Mimi Massage.
Okay, I think, well, that would be a question for Alyssa Webb, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Yes, thank you.
So does Ms. Zhang own the property at 3372 Canton Road, Suite 110, in Marietta, Georgia 30066?
就是你那个地址的那个店是你拥有，就是那个物业是你拥有的吗？还是你租的？
住的，
I leased it.
就是房子是我租的。
Are you asking about the real property that's listed?
Yes, because I thought, so yes, I am asking if she owns the property, but you're saying she leases?
你是说你这个房子是自己租的是吗？不是你拥有的，对不对？不是，
我租的。
I leased it.
Okay, for clarity, I thought there was testimony given that you purchased it in 2020.
好像是你说你是2020年买的是什么？
那个
是那个生意。
生意是我买的，我买的是按摩店，就是 Asian Wellness Massage。
嗯哼，但是它的这个地点是租的，就是你店生意是你买，店是那个地点是租的。
对，房子是我租的。
Right. I bought the business. I bought the Asian Wellness Massage as a business, but the premise was leased.
Okay, so you bought the name Asian Wellness in 2020, and you've been registering that business with the county as Asian Wellness as of 2020 to 2024.
那就是说你是买了这个名字，这个 Asian Wellness 这个名字是你买的，然后你在县里注册呢，也是就是从2022年到2024年也是注册的 Asian Wellness， 对吗？
注册的是秘密Massage。
I registered Mimi Massage.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to follow up?
I think Sheffield wants to.
Okay. Okay, I saw Richardson had her hand up. I didn't necessarily see yours, so I will come to you. Do you have a follow-up question to Gambrel?
Not really.
Okay, you go to Richardson and we'll come back here. Thank you.
Appreciate it. As I say, I have a series of questions. So. Try to figure out the best way to ask this question, just based on the last answer that was given. Is there an understanding between registering with the county versus registering with the state?
就是说还是关于您刚才的那个问题哈，就是在县里注册和在州里注册，这两个之间的关系，你明白吗？
不明白。
I do not understand.
However, there has been a consistent track record with registering with the county. Has she continued to register with the county?
那你有继续都一直有在这个县里注册，对不对？
对。
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because the next series of questions are all related to. There's a follow-up.
Well, I just wanted to tag on to your questioning, but this would be to Mr. Hensley and Ms. Webb. Do we have a copy of their application, their business application, with the signature on there?
So what I have with me is the 2024 renewal in the name of Asian Wellness. There's nothing. This is the 2024 health spa renewal.
2024年的那个就是续约的 renew， 它上头写的是 Asian Massage，Asian Wellness Massage。
你告诉我，因为那张填的表我不懂。
When I filled the form, I didn't really understand it.
Okay, so thank you, Chip. The original application was filled out with her as a sole proprietor.
最早的话就是就是填表上写的是你是唯一的提供者。
Listing herself as 100% owner. That has not been changed in 4 years.
就是 你是唯一的100%的拥有人，这个4年里的都没有变过。That's right.
During the investigation, we found that there is a Mimi Massage Georgia Inc. registered with the Georgia Secretary of State's office at 3372 Canton Road.
然后呢，但是就是说呢，他们调查的时候发现说有一个叫做 Mimi Massage 的是在同一个地点注册的，这是他们调查中发现的。
The financial documentation, excuse me, provided with this renewal, I think it was a little bit later, is Mimi Massage at 3372 Canton Road.
然后你们在这次就是最近的这一次就是 renew 这次延期的时候提供的这个财务报表上的名字用的是 Mimi Massage。
对。
That's right.
And then there was a document submitted to us, an employee list, once it was finally submitted with Mimi Massage LLC. So that I'm clear, a business owned by a corporate entity should be filed with our office that way. If she no longer owns this business as a sole proprietor, it has in fact changed ownership to a corporate entity.
他的意思就是说，你当时本来是说你是你自己一个人个体户拥有的，结果后来这个拥有人改变了，变成了一个公司拥有。
那没有。
No, it didn't.
No.
Just for the sake of clarification, there may be some confusion between change of ownership and change of corporation type, and not perceiving that corporation type change as ownership, which is what we're communicating, that indicates a change in ownership. What she's communicating is that this is the new name that she's operating with. And it's only because I'm trying to follow what's coming from these different sides, but the only other question that I have is Asian Wellness registered with the state?
这就是你的这个。
Well, this is for.
I am not aware of a corporation related to this licensee and owner in this business for an Asian Wellness Massage LLC or corporation.
So it's only registered with the county?
As a sole proprietor, that she owns the business 100%.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner Richardson, I hate to interject here. I know you have some questions. I do need to leave the dais so I can go to a couple of meetings that I had scheduled earlier. I did not know that this meeting would last this long today, but I do have some questions I just want to ask you point blank. I would like to know, have you had any trafficking in your establishment?
You mean human trafficking?
Yes.
就是在你的店里头有没有人口贩运的事情？
没有。
No.
Okay, have you had anyone living in your establishment?
你有没有任何人住在你的店里头？
没有，因为我店和离家很近。
No, I live very close to the premise.
Have you had anybody else living in that establishment?
在那个店里头有没有其他的人住过？
没有。
No.
Has anyone spent the night in that establishment?
I'm sorry.
Has anyone spent the night in the establishment?
有没有人在那个店里头过夜过？
没有。
No.
Okay. How many employees do you have?
你有几位员工？
一个。
One.
Who is the one employee?
那个一个员工是谁？
叫李欣。
啊。
心理。
The name is 心理。
Does she have a work permit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anybody else that is visiting your site that may be behind the counter?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. In earlier testimony was provided there was a visitor that was on site that could have been confused as an employee or construed as an employee. In what instances would a visitor be behind the counter?
他是说，就是当时有一个人来访的，就是过来，就是你说的过来玩的哈，然后呢，好像被认为说有可能是员工。但是他问是说，在什么样的情况下，这个一个 visitor 就是来访的人是有可能在这个柜台后面是个什么情况？
在厨房的地方，他们在切水果，当时的时候是这样的。
At that time, they were in the kitchen. They were cutting up fruits.
切菠萝。
They were cutting up a pineapple.
Okay. At any point, did any of those employees that were cutting up a pineapple tell you why they left the store? When they received a visit from the Business License Division?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
There was testimony provided that there were people that ran out of the back of the store. Did you ever get a reason or explanation as to why they did that?
这就是有人说他们就是后来就想从后门跑出去，那么他们有没有告诉你他们为什么要从后门跑出去？
没有跑啊，他也跑不出去啊。再说了，那个他妈切菠萝往外扔，我那厨房屋很大，从这家切走到后边屋扔到垃圾桶里头。
No, they did not run out, and they were just after cutting up the pineapple, they were just trying to throw out the trash of the cutting.
They were throwing away trash?
Yes.
So are you telling me that when the Business License Division came to the front door, they left at that same time to throw away trash?
你的意思说他们就是这个检查的人来从前面进来的，他们刚好从后面出去丢垃圾？
这个事情，你可以叫他们检查的人说，他们确实看到他们在后面就是收拾那个切完水果那个东西往外扔。
Well, for this, you can actually ask those who came for the inspection. Indeed, at that time, they just cut up the fruit and was trying to gather the trash and throw them out.
Okay. Just a statement. I hope you are aware, if you have not been, that there is concern with respect to sex trafficking at massage or health spas. And we hope that you will do what you can to ensure that does not take place at your site, and that you will help us have confidence that you are not doing anything that would facilitate that.
他就是说，在这个按摩店里头就是发生过一些这个人口贩运的事情，他希望说你能够就是说确定在你的店里头不会出现这种情况。
不会。
It will never happen.
Okay, thank you.
谢谢你。
I'm going to turn things over to Commissioner Richardson to
他因为他
facilitate
有
the
其
rest
他
of
事
it.
情，所以他先走，然后的话让这位女士就是作为那个这次会议的。
I will come back to my questions, but Commissioner Sheffield, why don't you take over for your questions, and then we'll come back to my list.
Did the owner own a business or a massage parlor business prior to 2020?
I'm sorry.
Did she own a massage parlor or a massage type business prior to 2020?
2020年以前，你是否有过拥有过就是按摩院或者是类似 ？No.
Okay. So from 2020 to 24, she was not aware that she needed to provide a list that includes the name of the provider and the type of service. But in her testimony, she communicated that she knew to take down the name and telephone number of the customer. And I'm just trying to understand where the breakdown occurred, because she's been in the business for 4 years.
你既然已经在这做这个生意，做了从2020年到2024年做了4年的生意了，你却不知道说应该记录下来，就是提供的那个按摩服务的人是谁，还有提供了什么的服务项目，你只知道说是要记下这个客人的姓名和电话。那么他就想知道说这个到底是什么地方没弄对，让你就是不清楚这个具体的规定呢？
我不知道具体的规定。
I wasn't aware of the specific requirements.
Okay. So going back to the food in the fridge, her testimony indicated that the refrigerator is used for additional storage. When the home refrigerator is full, that refrigerator at the shop is used, I guess, as overflow storage. And if that's the case, my question is, then why are there hot plates there if it's just being used as storage?
他说关于这个就是 冰箱里的食物啊，你有讲到说是冰箱的，只是说家里冰箱那个不够放，然后所以把这食物放到这儿。那么你为什么在这儿会有炉子什么的，在这儿就是有这种 hot plate 这样的小就是便携的炉子呢？那些是干嘛用的？
我们中午或者是早上起来做饭的。
We cook some food either for the lunch or in the morning.
Okay. The broken suitcases, would that be considered trash?
那么就是这个破了的这箱子，是不是被认为是那垃圾呢？
对呀，都已经冷掉了。
Yes, they were thrown away.
Okay,
当时就冷掉了。
They were thrown away at that time.
At what time?
当时是指什么时候？
当时
就是检查的时候啊。
啊，那没有，走了以后就都冷了。
Right after they left from the inspection, those were thrown out.
Okay, I'm just curious to know why they weren't trashed with the pineapple, but that's okay. A different day, okay. The suitcases, what was stored in the suitcases?
那么这些箱子，这些行李箱，当时行李箱里都放了些什么东西呢？
没有，啥也没有，空的。
No, there's nothing. They were empty.
Okay, but what was in them before they became empty?
那么
Because
就
there was earlier testimony, pardon the interruption, there was earlier testimony that there were clothing identified at the location, and I'm just trying to figure out if those clothes at one point were in those suitcases.
他就问说，那个箱子在腾空之前里头装的是什么？因为有人提到说是店里头有一些衣服啊。
不是，那些衣服是咱们有的时间洗完了搁外头晒完了放在地方。
No, those clothing were being hung to dry after they were washed.
I see. Is there a washing machine at the location?
No, 我们是用手洗的。
No, they were hand washed.
Okay, they were hand washed. Okay. The bed, can she explain the bed?
那么这个床呢？您能解释一下这个床是怎么回事吗？
床是他们送的，准备要拉走。有一个店里有个女孩买的新房子，他们给她送一个床，试验的是在走廊里放的。
就是准备就是送到店里头，准备要拉走的。
准备拉走
Okay.
就试验一下，就是他打包过来嘛，打开试验一下，就放到那地方了，就那
Okay.
天。
The bed happened to belong to someone 你是说谁？是一个店里的员工吗？
对，员工新买的房子。
Okay, employee of the business just bought a new house, and then the bed was delivered to the store, and it was opened just to test it out, and then it was left in the hallway. That's what happened.
I see.
那顶什么都没铺。
There was nothing, no bedding on top of it.
还
Okay.
是在那个走廊那个，那叫什么灯下边儿，就走廊出口那个地方。
It was at the entrance location of the hallway.
Okay. And this is my final question, but why the name change to Mimi Massage? It was Asian Wellness for, I think, 4 years, and she changed it. Her earlier testimony indicated that she changed it to Mimi Massage, so my question is why the name change?
你这用了 Asian Wellness Massage 用了4年，然后要改成这个 Mimi Massage， 为什么要做这个改变？
Asian Wellness Massage 是以前老板的，不是我的。我买店时候他带来这个名字的，我就一直用的这个名字了。我接手买完这店以后，我就用的是 Mimi Massage。
The Asian Wellness Massage was from the previous owner. When I bought the business, I just continued to use that name. But after I take over, I was 你说接手以后，你用的是
Mimi Massage。
After I took over, I used Mimi Massage.
Okay. I think there was another question, but it just escaped me, so that's okay. Oh, here it is, sorry. In reading the report, one of the employees indicated that she lived, I'm assuming with the owner, and paid $10 per month. Can she confirm where that location is?
他说就好像有个员工啊，说是在你那儿住1个月付10块钱，还是怎么？是在什么地方？
在我的家里头，临时的，
呃
就住7天。
It was temporarily in my home. She just stayed there for 7 days.
For 7 days, okay. And did she live at the massage parlor at any point?
她有没有在这个按摩店住过？
没有。
No.
我从来不有按摩店，没有人住。
There had never been anyone who lived at the massage store.
Okay, thank you.
So how many members are in your family that are living under your existing home?
在你现在的这家里头有几个家人？
2个女儿，1个丈夫，1个朋友，还有一个朋友的朋友。
2 daughters, 1 husband, a friend, and a friend's friend.
Okay, I'll try to be quick with my questions. So what I want to understand, when Detective Witt came to visit and shared that there were multiple violations, these were the same violations that some of them are the same ones that we have in front of us today. Why wasn't something done between then and now?
Why? I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Why wasn't something done to fix those violations between then and today?
他就说这个警官呢，就那个22年呢有来过看，就来你们店，然后呢说你们店有一些违规的情况，然后呢我们这次呢不是这个，就是今年又有人来看店，然后有同样的违规的情况。 那就是为什么这些违规到现在都没纠正过来呢？
当时第一次我不知道是用什么法律单，因为我看不懂，只有开庭的时候我才知道。第2次去的时候我已经整洁出来了，已经发到照片，他们已经拍照片了，没有同时的错误。
那个关于那个记录的那个东西。
记录是当时我不懂。 我第2次我才懂，因为英语不好。
Because of my poor English, even though I was cited, I didn't really understand what I was cited for. So only after the second time I learned about the requirements.
So one of those requirements were to add the information about the date, the service provider, and the service rendered. That seemed to be made clear in that initial visit. And in your testimony, you shared that you weren't aware of how to do that. If I were to ask you today, do you know how to do that? What would be your answer?
Okay.
Sorry.
就是有一条是关于说哈，就是这要记录一些信息，包括说是日期，还有呢服务项目是谁提供的服务哈。你说你当时不明白需要这些东西，所以没做。那我现在问你，我现在问你的话，你会不会去做，去把这些东西都记住？ I will do them.
我都已经做了。有重新写的一个档。
We have a new log and we have all the information now. All the information recorded now.
Okay. Can I ask Detective Witt a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Microphone. When you went over those violations and expressed each of those different
pieces and what was being looked for to come into compliance, what kind of information and guidance did you provide around it, and what was the response from the owner?
Well, like I said before, I use language line, so I explained it to...
We can't hear you, Detective. You hold the microphone closer, please.
How's that? I use language line, so I explained it to them on language line, and she said she understood at that time. Also...
Wait, I want more detail, because I got that you shared the issue.
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
want to know, did you share additional guidelines?
Yes, ma'am. For instance, I told her that she had to have record of employees with the county within 72 hours. I explained that a record of treatments required her to have the type of treatment that was administered and who administered the treatment, along with the date and the customer. I explained that the employees that did not have permits were required to get permits through our office, and I provided the address, the hours we were open, and how much they cost. And then furthermore, when I sent the email, as I've testified before, easy to translate on the computer, right-click, you can change it to any language you want, your email.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you very much. And now I'll get guidance, but I think I turn it over to Commissioner Burrell to tell us how she would like to, or. Well,
There's still part of their
that's true,
presentations.
That's true.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Okay, those are all of my questions.
I have no questions for this witness. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Step down. Ms. Step down. Mr. Lim, do you have any further testimony to provide? No, sir. Okay. Mr. Hensley, do you have any evidence that you want to submit before we go into closing?
I do, and I have shared this with Mr. Lim. I don't know if he has an objection or not, but in answer to Commissioner Gambrell's request, I would like to offer the entire application that was signed by Ms. Zhang for the renewal for 2024. We also have the employee list for 2024, naming the business Mimi Massage, and a Schedule C. And we'll have to redact some of these, the personal information on some of these. This is a Schedule C from the IRS Form 1040 tax return. Schedule C identifying the business name as Mimi Massage, not an LLC or an Inc. And a business search from the Georgia Secretary of State's office with the business name Mimi Massage LLC with an address that looks to be an address that is on the employee list for the licensee as well as a Zing Lee. Do you have any objection to any of this being entered into evidence as long as we redact personal information? This was all submitted to the Business License Division or generated by the Business License Division. Okay, thank you.
Gambrell?
Yes, we'll.
We have,
Yeah.
we have a question here.
Prior to handing that in, and I
Yes.
understand there's information that needs to be redacted,
Yes.
can you verify that that's Ms. Zhang's signature? Can you have her verify that's her signature on the application?
There's that. While she's looking for the signature on the application for the health spa license, this is the tax certificate renewal form.
So for clarification, because I know you're looking for the signature page, can we tell if this was filed electronically or in person? Because once I asked for that, I realized that might not be possible if it's been filed electronically.
This looks to be handwritten, the entries, but I'll,
So if it's handwritten, can you verify if that's her handwriting?
may I ask her if this is her signature? Is this your signature?
Yes.
Okay. And this lists Asian Wellness Massage as a DBA.
Sorry, Mr. Hensley, we did not get the exchange there.
I'm sorry.
Was there a yes or no, or we didn't understand the question or the response?
Yes.
Yes.
Was there assistance in completing that application? I guess translator, can you help me get that answer?
Yes, my husband.
Okay, thank you.
I also have, Madam Vice Chair, a sworn statement affirming that the facts stated in this application are true, and if there are no misrepresentations or fraudulent statements, and she understands it is ground for automatic dismissal of the application. Is this your signature?
有一个确认书，然后他问说这个是不是你的签名？
是的。
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions about what I'm offering into evidence as far as the application documentation?
No.
And
Doesn't
we'll
appear to
hand
be.
these to the clerk here as soon as we sort out what needs to be redacted and copies and so forth, if that's okay.
Understood and appreciated.
Absolutely. No. Do you rest? Yes. Okay. I reserve closing. If you
Mr.
want to make a
Hensley,
closing
we
statement.
had the issue regarding the charges and being read.
Yes.
Typically, the other side does not require the charges to be read, but that'd be up to Mr.
Do you waive reading of the charges?
My client does have a question.
Can we rectify that first, or is it related to that issue?
I'm sorry.
Can we rectify the issue regarding whether the charges need to be read or?
Oh, I just answered that.
I didn't hear
waived. Yeah, I waived.
Okay. Yes, sir. Do you have another question?
My client wants to know how does it work with the chairperson not here for the rest of the hearing as far as voting and things like that.
If does not reach a person of three, at least 3, then the chair would be able to watch the video and come back, and if it's a 2-2 vote, then the chair would be able to watch the video and then come back and vote at a later date.
Okay.
Right, we just need a quorum to make decisions.
Okay. So I guess this is closing argument? Okay.
And you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The
Members-
timer's on the podium if you wanted to see it.
Okay. Members of the board, I want to thank you for your time and patience here today. As I sit here, you know, 2 questions come to my mind, and that is, why are we here? And why would somebody pay an attorney to represent them to come to an appeal in a situations like this? You know, it's kind of implied through this whole hearing that we're here because there's some concern about some illicit activities at my client's store. And because of that, it appears that even though we're here for minor infractions of the ordinance, that the purpose seems to be to close their business down. But that's not how this country operates, nor is the rules of our system. Whether we like it or not, it is a livelihood of my client in this business as a massage store. Now the question is, did they do something illegal? In our country, we don't get complaints through phone calls from the FBI, from the Attorney General, from anybody to determine a process trying to cut somebody's livelihood. In our country, if there is evidence of illicit activities that is clearly illegal, there's laws and rules for dealing with that. And when there's plenty of those that got arrested, and there are red tapes and yellow tapes and all kinds of law enforcement tapes all across the front door and the parking lots and everything else, and the business is closed. But what do we do in a situation where there's suspicion, but the other side does not agree that what you are thinking is not so? Do we use this opportunity to make sure that they can't make a livelihood? We all know that the board has a lot of discretion, and the board can certainly make whatever decisions this board wants to make. We all know that. And the question then becomes, why would these people want to hire an attorney knowing that?
Mr. Lim, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your time is up, but the board can grant you additional time if they want to. Just be equivalent time for Mr. Hensley as well.
Are your comments near complete?
I'm sorry, can
Is
you
your
repeat?
closing near complete?
Yes, I'll just wrap it up.
Okay,
I think if I can just have 30 seconds.
perfect. 30 seconds it is.
My whole point is, there are businesses that have minor infractions, whether it's alcohol, whether it's this, or whether it's that. And there are remedies for that. There are fines, there are penalties, but we do not have to necessarily shut them down. And that's my whole point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll be brief. As you've heard me say many times as I stand at this lectern and talk about these types of licenses, ultimately what the county is looking for, whether it be an alcohol license, as Mr. Lim mentioned, health spa licenses, what we're looking for are people who can follow the rules. The reason is they are the last line of defense against bad things happening in our community. And yes, there is a concern in this community and amongst this board about potentially illicit human trafficking and other illicit sexual conduct occurring in certain establishments that purportedly offer massage or spa services. This very board recently passed a 6-month moratorium on granting licenses of this kind at all, so we can get our heads around what the severity of this problem and what we do about it. That is not what this applicant is charged with, for lack of a better word. But that's the rationale behind the ordinances that were violated by the applicant's own admission. These are very important safeguards from those types of things happening. The November 22 violations in the year 2022 involved a new set of ordinances, revisions, amendments to the ordinance, but that this applicant was, by her own admission, and should have been aware of. She received an email about it. She said she didn't read it. Well, we assume that these business owners are going to know the law. They're going to know and understand the applicable law and ordinances to their business. In addition to that, Detective Witt went out 4 months later. They'd known about it for 4 months to do a compliance check and as a courtesy, an educational visit to make sure that these new ordinances, in addition to the existing ones, were being followed. And they were not. There were so many of these violations that rather than, as he said, employing his typical approach to these types of things, if there was one minor violation, they get a warning and they get time to cure it. But he's under no obligation to offer that. And he doesn't when there's this many violations. We look for patterns of behavior in determining whether someone should be entrusted with a license like this. So what happens? As Ms. Richardson indicated, Commissioner Richardson, 2 years later, we still have the same problems. 2 years later, after the AG's office notified the Business License Division that they suspected that there was some kind of illicit activity that needed to be investigated. Well, the investigation didn't necessarily raise to the level of a citation or a charge for that type of violation. But what it did show is that there are ordinances that were being violated that are designed to protect against the more serious things happening. We don't have a list of treatments. It's very important for the county to know what's going on and who's doing it. We had people who didn't have work permits, or we don't even know who they were. We have a licensee who doesn't understand even what kind of business entity she's operating under, and potentially filing incorrect information with the IRS, the county, and the state. We expect people to follow the rules and to know the rules. And we have a situation here where there has been repeated violations of this, whether it be out of ill intent or whether it be out of ignorance of the law, whatever it may be. And it is in the discretion of this board to make sure that we enforce those things. Yeah, it could it could cause a hardship to this person financially. Business hardships almost always result out of these tough decisions that this board sees fit to deny an application. But we're here to protect the community, not that individual. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Burrell.
Thank you. First of all, these cases are very serious to us. We don't take them lightly. But when you live in Cobb and/or operate a business in Cobb, we expect you to follow the law and be in compliance with our code and our ordinances. We've heard a lot of testimony today of several infractions on this business and that were not corrected in the time frame from the original inspection to the one that was, I guess, resulted in a complaint from the Attorney General's office. And to me, they're not minor violations, they're serious. And saying that you weren't aware or the owner wasn't aware or didn't know what they were, the requirements, they were explained to her and in writing, and she signed that she understood and that she would comply. So the fact that there's just too many instances where there's no record of the services provided, the record of treatment. There are employees with operating or rendering service that were not licensed, and it wasn't corrected from the time period of the 2 inspections. And I don't know if it still is today. I don't know if those folks are still there operating without a license or permit. We don't know. So it does, we are concerned about, you know, a hardship or a financial, putting someone out of business. But when you don't comply with our code and our laws, we have no choice. So my motion would be to uphold the License Review Board recommendation for denial of renewal of this license.
Second.
I do want to open for discussion because I will share my sentiments on this while I take your lead. Where I have some interest in and not necessarily agreeing with the review on this is looking at a period for fixing some of these issues, because there were other issues identified in 2022 that have been resolved. It's not like it's the same exact set, and this set is more administrative in nature versus something that would indicate what this board tends to be more concerned about, which is illicit activity. And usually in cases, we look at, for a complete closure, some type of, we've had a history around actual criminal activity versus this situation where there hasn't been any, and this is a full-on denial versus a suspension or a chance to catch up. And so while I understand there have been peaks or conversations about potential illicit activity, this does differ in the other cases where there was actual evidence provided for something occurring. So I did just want to make that commentary as a part of discussion. But
Except that there were no charges for that. That's what preempted the inspection, is my understanding, the call from the Attorney General's office.
I'm referring to...
There's no proof, there's nothing. So the charges before us are what Ms. Webb testified to, and Mr. Hensley,
Correct.
Of the record of treatment and all that. That's what their charges are.
And what I'm sharing is that in previous cases, we've granted a full-on denial when there has been something criminal. And in this situation, nothing criminal has been presented. And so that's where I am a bit more on the fence with this case, because even the things that would make us think that there may be something criminal, those had been resolved. Those suitcases, the mattress, those questions, but they don't exist. Those violations don't exist anymore. But it's, like I said, discussion. Go ahead.
And while I understand those items were brought up, the essence of this hearing is their application and their business license. Through testimony, they have falsified information on their business license. They filled out their business license as Asian Wellness, but we had extensive testimony that she is doing business as Mimi. We also have records from her that were submitted based on the investigation, right, that supported a different business name than what she had applied for. So if we get back to the essence of what we're considering today, it's the business license. And the business license, and Bill, I'm going to need clarification from you on this, because again, this is about Asian Wellness, but we had extensive testimony that this was Mimi's. So by denying this business license, does that also apply to any massage business or activity taking place at this location, since there seems to be a question of the business name?
It would be for the license that we currently have related to that, and we would suggest that they're the one and the same at this point in time, so.
So does the motion need to be amended to reflect that Asian Wellness Massage, also known as Mimi's Massage, right? LLC, if I'm remembering correctly, is one and the same? I mean, do we need to reflect that in the motion?
I think it would be preferable if we stay with the particular charges that we have before you right now, so.
I have no other comments.
Did you have something else?
No, that's before the motion.
Okay. So there was a lot of testimony shared today, and some of it was a little difficult for me to, I guess, believe or to accept. And I understand that there is a concern regarding the livelihood of the applicant, but it does not appear to me that that was that great of a concern to her, just based on not being compliant, not understanding that on the list she's to include the provider, the type of services provided, and I don't know if she's reached out to the county at all for clarification, or if she just continued on the list that she thought was acceptable. But what really sticks out to me is the whole reason we're here, and that was because of the AG investigation. So while I understand that, you know, with some of the other cases, there may have been some type of criminal element attached. For example, there was a woman that was assaulted at one of the locations. But with this, they're advertising on adult, I'm just gonna say adult websites. I don't know what they are. But they've taken additional steps to market their illicit massage. And that's concerning for me. The room in the back with the bed, I just find it to be a stretch that it was taken out of the packaging and it was just left there, and, you know, just to test it out, that just doesn't make sense to me. So there are a lot of things that just are not adding up to me, and I just have a difficult time accepting some of the testimony as being truthful. And for that, I support staff's recommendation or the business license recommendation for denial.
Bill, I have a question, or maybe Alyssa. This is the motion is for a denial for this business license in this location only, correct?
For Asian Wellness Massage, and this particular owner, Li Ji Shang, doing business as Asian Wellness Massage.
And so could the owner apply for a license in a year at a new, under a new name or under, I'm just asking to see what her options are.
She will not be able to reapply for 12 months, and we are under a moratorium right now.
Right, okay. So do I need to amend my motion to both names or one and the same?
No, no. Well, yes, Li Ji Zhang, doing business as Asian Wellness Massage.
If there are no other comments, then we will call to question. Motion passes, 4 yeses and 1 abstention. And that's the absent. Chair Cupid is absent from the vote. Thank you.
Could we get some direction? We have another case that we anticipate would probably potentially last as long.
Just roll right
We have the same counsel, the same witnesses. I don't know if it's the board's pleasure to go forward now or if it's
Keep it going.
keep it going. Okay.
Keep it going. Is there a desire on the board to take a break? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Recess. Welcome back. Meeting marathon. Bill?
Yeah, my understanding that, well, we have a new case that we could call in. Why don't we set that up, and then we could ask to the next issue we need to address.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Deputy County Manager, and Mr. County Attorney. For the record, I'm Sam Hensley, Jr. We are here for our next hearing, which is another appeal of an administrative denial of a renewal for a health spa license for Ruri Healing Spa, LLC, doing business as V Massage. I hesitate to go any further because, number one, the interpreter has had to leave. And number two, the licensee and Mr. Lim are going to request a continuance of this matter for several reasons, which I will let him speak to now.
Board members, I very much would like to finish this today as well. My client requests for a continuance, and I have 2 minor children in my office right now, and my employees be leaving, and my wife is in China, so there'll be nobody to take care of them. So I would request that this hearing be continued to another day because she also needs an interpreter to continue the hearing.
Thank you for that insight, and
It's at the board's discretion. Obviously, interpreter are a critical component of this. I know our day has gone long. Part of it was due to Mr. Lim's conflict that he had earlier, which is a legal conflict that he had that's permitted under bar rules. Mr. Hensley, is there another option or request that you have?
We could reschedule this. We could continue this to Tuesday, August the 10th, correct? Is it 10th or 13th? I'm sorry.
August 13th, I think, is the next day meeting.
That's correct. It's the 13th.
Day meeting, August the 13th. We do already have 3 or just 2? This will be the 3rd hearing that we have that day. Yes. So we never know how these things are going to shake out as far as resolving something ahead of time, but personally, I would object to this, but I don't see how we can go forward without an interpreter. The licensee has to be able to understand the proceedings under due process. I do understand the family obligations. I do too. I have young children, but fortunately my wife is at home, so yes.
Can we, does it have to be in conjunction with the morning BOC meeting, or can we call a special meeting just for the hearing during the day?
That's up to the board, but I would think that the board would have discretion to call a special meeting. I would leave that up to the county attorney.
Yeah, we would be able to call a special meeting, but of course that'd be coordination when this space is available, when witnesses are available, all the other players. So, but that can be done. It can potentially be coordinated after hours, after today.
So I think we would just need a motion to continue this matter to a date to be determined, I guess, by the Business License Division in conjunction with the board and with the county attorney's office to find a convenient time for everybody to resume, whether that be the next day meeting or a special set date.
What if we did it on the 23rd? Because we have the night meeting that night, but we could do it that morning in place of, then that would just be 2 weeks instead of a month.
I'm seeing a lot of no's down the other end.
Oh.
Commissioner Burrell, what I'm wondering, and I know we don't have anybody from ComDev, different division of ComDev here, but I know zoning next week, one of our big cases has asked for a continuance, and we've typically been ending our zoning meetings by noon, 1 o'clock. Could we schedule this hearing for next Tuesday for follow-up? Just a suggestion.
You could do that.
After zoning,
After zoning.
zoning's gonna last forever next Tuesday.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I know
Well-
PC didn't finish until 3, and then one of the cases that they heard has asked for continuance.
Yeah, I know. They're all mine and Monique's cases.
So the question would be, do we want to maybe anticipate a 1 or 2 o'clock? Since PC ended and we've had some holds, and I know I've had a couple cases drop.
Well, and I have some other business that PC doesn't hear, in addition to
That's true.
all the other cases.
And
So
I know the board
I-
has other business on Wednesday and Thursday as well.
August 13th sounds like it's the most practical.
Sorry?
August 13th sounds like it's the most practical considering all the parties. And not to mention making sure the interpreter is available that day, who's not here to share his availability, or if that interpreter or a different interpreter.
I'd like to look at July 23rd or 30th.
After the work session?
No, in the morning.
I have a board meeting.
One of the questions from the board
Okay.
is considering the license in the meantime, if this is being continued, if it can be suspended until the hearing.
I asked the licensee if she would be willing to relinquish her license completely at this point. She said no, but I have not asked the question about whether to voluntarily shut down between now and the next hearing. But we can certainly ask that.
I'll ask.
Can you interpret that question?
Well, the 30th, we don't have any meetings. And that would at least give us 2 weeks before the August meeting.
Possibly 2 weeks. If we're on the 23rd,
I don't think the 23rd is going to work.
not going to work. The 30th does not work for Alicia.
What about the 30th?
No, doesn't work for Alicia. They have training that day.
The 23rd or the 30th?
I'm out for training.
Just the 30th. But Bill said the 23rd is no good.
Well, the board is saying no. I'm having members of the board telling me no on the 23rd.
Wait.
We got too many months.
Okay, Gambrel, what is your comment with regards to the 23rd?
I do not support the 23rd. We have a work session that day, and then we also have our final, we'll have 2 public hearings that night. So it could be potentially a very long day. And my concern is if we do this, then we're not going to be able to have the energy to be going till late at night.
Okay.
My other question, though, is if the 30th doesn't work, could we look at a different day where we would be available? But I know that's hard to schedule sitting here.
So, really quickly, put a pause. What was the response on holding?
I asked her, and she said that she needs to keep trying to get some income coming in.
Understood.
Well, the date, Alicia, on the 18th, was it the 18th or the 13th?
The next morning meeting is on the 13th.
And we have 2.
We have 2 now that, for the agenda, we have
Okay.
one I believe is pulled and one is an appeal and then a postpone.
Okay. So I'm okay with leaving it there. I mean, I know it'll be long, but we actually had 3 today that we anticipated hearing, and we were lucky enough to hear. Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm okay with leaving it to the August meeting.
Mr. Lim,
But
are
then
you
we need to
aware
figure
of a
out-
particular conflict that you have right now on August 13th?
I just looked at my calendar. There's no conflict on my calendar on August the 13th.
13th.
That's the next
Is that,
meeting.
is that what you said, August 13th?
That's the next day
Wednesday,
meeting.
August 13th.
Right. I'm looking at right now. It does not show anything on there.
appears as though there is a consensus on the 13th as far as availability is concerned. As with regards to an alternative day, can't.
I'm sorry, new development, sort of. So she said that if you're requesting that she not open between now and then, she would rather go today, if that's the case, but I'm kind of concerned without an interpreter. But I'm here, you know. I need to, my office is calling me, I need to make some phone call because I did not know to make this arrangement beforehand about after hours. So I frankly, I think she's just saying it out of frustration, and I'm trying to, and you can ask, I've been trying to be very professional and trying to what I'm doing in this case, but I just think that she does probably need an interpreter for us to proceed without getting into some problems in the future.
Understood.
Who?
Yeah, they do.
The applicant
your
does.
Office?
I'm sorry?
No, the applicant brings their interpreter.
Who? Okay. Does she know how to get a hold of him to see if that day will work? Or does she?
She's saying that if you are demanding that she not open, she would rather go today. And I told her that that was a question, but my concern is not so much that. I think the interpreter is probably going to be needed for us to proceed, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think as a board, we agree it would impact due process for her to not have an interpreter here. Yeah, I think we need to have it on August 13th.
Okay. So I guess the question becomes whether or not the license is going to be suspended or in full operation until that date, Bill?
We can't take any action on the license
Right.
until the board actually hears the hearing and does it. You could voluntarily provide something, but they're not
But she
willing to do
shared
that.
that she will not voluntarily.
But it doesn't escape any additional inspections or whatever the code enforcement does between now and the 13th
I
as well.
think she's under the assumption that she may be forced to close because she said she wasn't willing to close.
Yeah.
So if you can just make clear to her that she doesn't have to.
When I spoke to her, she's under the impression that you guys are forcing her to close, and she said if that's the case, then she would rather go today than have to.
Right.
We cannot force her to close.
Right.
I just want to make sure she understands.
No, but can she be inspected during the?
Well,
Certainly.
right, and just to be clear, what we're trying to ask for.
I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, what we're asking for is while we are open to granting the continuance, we are asking in good faith if she would not receive business until August 13th, where we can actually hear the case. But it is up to her discretion. She is not required to do anything until this board makes a decision.
Right. Yeah. We both asked her, and she pretty much emphatically.
Thank you.
Then a motion to continue the matter to the August 13th BOC agenda?
Motion to continue to the August 13th BOC meeting.
Second? Am I hearing? Oh, okay.
Mr. Lim?
Just turn the microphone off.
Okay.
Oh, we're hearing you.
Turn it off?
Off.
Okay. Got a second? Discussion? Call to question? And the vote passes, 4 yeses from the commissioners with 1 absent, the chairwoman. Thank you. That concludes and adjourns today's meeting.